quite right, a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. For miles, 67 fastback, oh, it's just my style. We're headed down the road. Just enjoy the show, watch me as I go. Should look both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. Both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Harikrishna Pentala from India.
There are 5 qualities one needs to have to master the French defense. 1. Safeguarding your king is priority. King d8, good move. Yeah, just king e7, why not? Well, of course we don't take. King e7, we are much better. And very important, don't castle, king on f7, perfectly placed. 2. Remaining calm in every situation. Oh oui? Oh oui? Merde! 3. Patience. And here people will speak bullshit, you need to prepare, and look at this, the A-pawn is running like Alan Prost. 4. Fast development of your pieces is the key to success. And here you don't care about the pieces, A6, H6, G5, H5, G4, go for the dot pieces. And most importantly, never retreat your developed units. Yeah, bastards are going to tell you this unfunny joke that we French people, we only retreat, but it's not retreat, it's counterattack.
Hi, I'm John Chess, inventor of chess, and also your new stepdad. And we're very disappointed in you, son and or daughter, because you suck at chess. And so that is why you have to now sign up for Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that creates personalized lessons based on positions from your own games, and turns your blunders into wonders. Link your Chess24 account or other online chess accounts today and learn the official Aimchess Gambit, which is where you take your opponent's king and then you just fucking eat it. I didn't know I was gonna say that. In-depth analysis, tactics trainer, blunderer, preventerer, whatever the this is, and a new personalized feed full of curated chess puzzles and memes. All of this and more available only at Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that the average Aimchess user...
Oh my god, stop calling me about fucking Aimchess!
You heard it here first. Join Aimchess today and become the world's greatest chess man in the world. Or chess woman? Hi, I'm Magnus Carlsen. I'm Magnus Carlsen, and I own Aimchess. But now you are a Magnus Carlsen instead because you beat me at chess because of Aimchess. That's right, you dumb piece of Aimchess. They asked me to cut that last bit, but I won't. Get 6 months premium free by typing your credit card details, name, and full home address in the comments down below. Aimchess. They put the based in turn-based strategy. What the f*** do you keep paying me for these? Aimchess. It stands for Aim Chess. Oh shit, I'm out of time. Sign up for Aimchess!
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzle pack. Enjoy solving.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen. My name is Jan-Krzysztof. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Jan-Krzysztof from India.
There are 5 qualities one needs to have to master the French defense. 1. Safeguarding your king is priority. King d8, good move. Yeah, just king e7, why not? Well, of course we don't take. King e7, we are much better. And very important, don't castle, king on f7, perfectly placed. 2. Remaining calm in every situation. Oui? Oui? Merde! 3. Patience. And here people will speak bullshit, you need to prepare, and look at this, the A-pawn is running like Alan Prost. 4. Fast development of your pieces is the key to success. And here you don't care about the pieces, A6, H6, G5, H5, G4, go for dot pieces. And most importantly, never retreat your developed units. Yeah, bastards are going to tell you this unfunny joke that we French people, we only retreat, but it's not retreat, it's counterattack.
Hi, I'm John Chess, inventor of chess, and also your new stepdad. And we're very disappointed in you, son and or daughter, because you suck at chess. And so that is why you have to now sign up for Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that creates personalized lessons based on positions from your own games, and turns your blunders into wonders. Link your Chess24 account or other online chess accounts today and learn the official Aimchess Gambit, which is where you take your opponent's king and then you just fucking eat it. I didn't know I was gonna say that. In-depth analysis, tactics trainer, blunderer, preventerer, whatever the this is. And a new personalized feed full of curated chess puzzles and memes. All of this and more available only at Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that the average Aimchess user...
Oh my god, stop calling me about fucking Aimchess!
You heard it here first. Join Aimchess today and become the world's greatest chess man in the world. Or chess woman? Hi, I'm Magnus Carlsen. I'm Magnus Carlsen, and I own Aimchess. But now you are a Magnus Carlsen instead because you beat me at chess because of Aimchess. That's right, you dumb piece of Aimchess. They asked me to cut that last bit, but I won't. Get 6 months premium free by typing your credit card details, name, and full home address in the comments down below. Aimchess. They put the based in turn-based strategy. What the f do you keep paying me for these? Aimchess. It stands for Aim Chess. Oh shit, I'm out of time. Sign up for Aimchess!
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely.
Welcome everyone to the Aimchess Rapid tournament. It's day 3. We're in the preliminary all-play-all phase of the tournament. 16 of the most exciting players in the world. And we had an absolutely wonderful day yesterday. Some amazing chess. We had a classic shack attack. We had the world champion. You know, he's still the world champion. World number one, Magnus Carlsen, knocked off his pedestal, at least temporarily, by a young Indian superstar, Arjun Erigaisi. So I think we're going to get more of the same today. I'm joined again by Peter Svidler. Thank you very much for jumping in at the last minute. For those of you who don't know, Peter Lecco is unfortunately a little bit unwell. We wish him well, of course, but
yeah.
We have Peter, another Peter.
A like-for-like replacement, so to speak, yes.
I would say so. I would say so.
Welcome everyone. Fantastic day yesterday, and promises to be more of the same today. And we start with round 9. And in round 9, 2 games really attract my attention the most. The one on our screen, or the one that will be on our screen when we switch to the board look. And Magnus playing the French is already quite interesting to me. And also the game between Arjun Erigaisi, who is playing white against Shahryar Mamedov, also 2 players doing very well in the tournament so far.
Will we see another shack attack today? That's the thing.
Well, I mean, Arjun actually played the Evans against Shah there, so that's already quite exciting.
Absolutely, we will move on to that board in a
second. At some point, yeah.
But first of all, we have a classical variation played by Carlsen. He hasn't gone for the winner. So this is okay. A6, interesting. I mean, Black has such a variety, such a wide choice of variation. Here. Let's see which one he goes for.
Is he? This is one of the more modern ones. It feels, yeah. A6, B5. It's. I mean, I think there are trickier ways of playing this position, but this is definitely sort of the cutting edge. White used to automatically play, well, automatically is maybe an overstatement, but A2, A3 used to be a very, very topical move in this position, stopping B5, B4, as it is, I think, in a wide variety of openings these days. Just the idea of fixing the structure on A6 and B5 becomes very popular. But I think A3, Queen A5 is a legitimate problem for White. Not problem as in White is worse, but problem as in what do we do there? Because Queen A5 reestablishes the idea of B5, B4. And really, none of the rook moves, at least the last time I looked, give White as much as perhaps White would want. So I think Bishop D3 maybe is currently the way to go here.
Well, it's very interesting because the old, well, I was going to say taking on C5 is the old way of playing the position. It always seemed to me, I played this a couple of times with Black, and it always seemed to me that Black was doing okay in this position. But yes, just coming back one move, very interesting. Bishop D3, which almost seemed so provocative.
It is, yeah. But and in particular, because I think it's connected with the idea of just keeping the pawn on D4 and never taking on C5. But DC5 is also completely fine. I think I played it myself, and it's of course a very topical reaction. At some point, White just goes for this type of a position and plays it. But I thought the current, once again, I could be just entirely wrong, but my feeling is that Bishop D3 at some point became more fashionable. I'm not going to say better, just more fashionable than DC5 is. I think Queen F2 is an interesting move in this position, but Gukesh chooses Bishop D3, which is, of course, obviously very, very logical. And it pretty much always is the square where this bishop gets developed at some point in the game.
So now Queen B6 is, well, kind of the standard way of playing the position.
And then White goes Queen F2. And this is sort of the point, because instead of Bishop D3, we can start with Queen F2. And I remember, way back when I looked at this position in years gone by, after Queen F2, Queen B6, there was a reasonably topical idea of playing B2, B4, which is a kind of a quirky move you perhaps don't anticipate. But now it's no longer going to be available now that we've included Bishop D3.
Yeah,
it's interesting what he chooses here. You could just ignore the fact that we cannot castle yet with White and play something like Knight CE2, which is another very, very standard maneuver here. But he just goes Queen F2, yeah. And now I guess we play B4 and then A5 and then Bishop A6. And these types of positions, at least in my mind, are the reason why d takes c5, while perfectly playable, is perhaps not the most ambitious, because black gets to, in many cases, gets to trade the bishop on c8 for the bishop on d3. And if that happens, the resulting positions aren't really that bad for black. Of course, white shouldn't be running any risks for a long time yet in this line, but perhaps you're not getting any kind of a maximum, and some really weird things are happening in that Evans.
Okay, well, we will move on to the Evans Gambit in a second. I'm still very intrigued by this position. I think I might have had this exact position actually, possibly with both colors. Yeah, I mean, this is a very old way of playing for white, and it always seemed to me that this was absolutely fine for black. So I'm intrigued that Gukesh is playing this so quickly, actually.
Yeah, he's doing this as if he knows. And generally speaking, like when we talk about this new crop of Indian youngsters, they do know. And you know, they very rarely bluff in openings. They seem to be quite well booked up everywhere.
Okay.
But I think we both agree, right, that there probably are more ambitious ways of dealing with this particular French.
Certainly. Okay, so we will definitely keep an eye on this one, Gukesh against Carlsen. But yes, let's move to Arjun Erigaisi against Shahriar Mamedyarov. And
look at this.
Let's go from the top. And now, have you ever wheeled out the Evans Gambit, Peter?
Maybe in some blitz games, but not in anything serious. I had faced it with black, and bishop takes b4 and bishop b7 has actually been my repertoire reply to the Evans for a while. It probably isn't anymore, but it definitely used to be. But in this position, I was taught that you're supposed to play knight a5.
Yes.
And after knight a5, obviously white has a number of options. We don't have to get into it. But knight a5, I thought, was sort of the point of playing bishop b7. But Shah played d6 instead. My first question is, of course, what happens if queen b3? But I guess white has some kind of a good reply there. Black has probably knight a5, I guess, yeah? Bishop f7, king f8, and the bishop on f7 is going to get trapped. So Arjun starts with d takes e5, and Shah just blitzes out knight h6 here.
Wow. So, yeah, I mean...
This is just incredibly weird. It might also be completely fine for black. I mean, the more I look at this, in particular, like if I didn't know the names of the players, I would assume black has done something horrible. But this being Shahriar, it's very possible this is fine. It's you don't do this randomly. I'm pretty sure you just don't do this randomly.
It's funny. It reminds me of the way that Shahriar actually plays sometimes against the Gioco Piano, where he actually likes to mix it on the king side very early, often plays with a very early g5, and just the position can just explode. So, but the fact that he's actually pausing at this moment,
it's a little bit worrying, yeah.
It's worrying, yeah, indeed.
It is a little bit worrying, but
I mean, what's he wanted? Bishop g5? Is this what
it's? I think you have. We're choosing here between maybe three moves. Bishop g5, simply knight takes e5, which I'm struggling to make it work properly, but it's sort of on the verge of working quite well. But I'm so far a little bit struggling with some tactical nuances there. And perhaps bishop g4, with the idea of taking on f3 and then taking on e5 with the knight.
Okay, so there are options here. This is interesting.
Bishop g4, bishop takes f7, though. I think I would like to retract that last one. That doesn't look good. Bishop f7 followed by queen f4 check. This is basically unplayable.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So we're left with the other two. Bishop g5 would be, I think, my default reaction here, but then knight g5, and we have to choose, right? We can take hg, but then let's say after e takes d6, we would very much like to take with the queen, but that gives up the pawn on g5. Which is not nothing. You can maybe argue you get some compensation there, but it's not nothing. And if you take with the pawn, white gets some time to consolidate, and you did do some poor things to your structure. And if you take with the queen, the problem I think is specifically f4, although maybe even e takes d6 as well. But I think it's specifically f4. Queen h4 check g3, queen e7, and then we have to analyze this position because yes, we probably get to win the e5 pawn here as black, but white probably get some very, very solid compensation for it.
Well, yeah, but this
Knight is still on B1
Knight
though,
is
yeah.
really bad on B1, isn't it?
Mm.
That's the what I mean. If White could cheat and play Knight C3, then of course, you know,
yeah,
we'd be talking in different terms. But the fact
absolutely,
that Knight is very poorly placed.
Maybe this is playable for Black. But I think we should leave Schach to this decision, because our other central game of the round has really, really blown up.
Okay, let's go back. So we left it around about bishop A6, F5.
Yeah, and Gukesh just launches everything at the black position here. It goes F5, E5, and just knight F4, knight E7, E6. This is extremely appealing to me. This is how I like to play these structures. You know, maneuvering is all good and well, but let's just, you know, break everything open and see what sticks.
Fantastic.
Yeah, F6 is a very logical reaction, I think. Yes, we are leaving white this passer on E6, but we are trying to restrain the pieces. We're keeping the E file sort of artificially closed with our enemy's pieces. And we would just want to castle and, you know, ideally protect the queen somehow and put the knight on E4, or move the queen away and put the knight on E4. Currently, it's impossible because knight is pinned, of course.
Yeah, of course, this is Black's dream. Protect the queen, sink the knight on E4, and then, of course, it's practically game over.
Yeah, it blocks all of White's proactive plans.
So White has to react very quickly here.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to be very forceful as Gukesh here. It's not just that you're a pawn down. It is specifically that if you give Black a couple of moves here and that knight actually sticks on E4, you're also going to be behind positionally, so to speak. So.
Okay, so what is that move? I mean, I have to say, nothing is springing out at me here. For White.
Yeah, I keep on trying to find a way to sacrifice something, or at least provoke, let's say, bishop takes d3, which will, after c takes d3, at least solve our problem of having to prepare for knight e4. And in that context, maybe knight h4 or knight d4, whichever one you prefer. But I don't see any refutation to the very simple move g7, g6. And that worries me a little bit. Yeah, nothing immediately jumps at me. Like you want to continue sacrificing, but
I mean, the only thing I'm thinking of is to put some pressure on d5 quickly. So to exchange here, and then to play rook.
Let's put that on the board. Yeah, bishop a6, rook a6, rook a d1. Let's say. Yeah, I think the issue here is that if very pressed, I can't just go knight e4. I don't think those endgames are.
Knight e4 is.
But then we take on d5, and my entire fifth rank will be hanging. If I take,
yes,
maybe I don't take that.
But whether
I don't have a good square for the rook, right? It's a bit problematic.
Yeah. So, but Black, of course, not obliged to play knight e4.
Hang on, knight takes e6 maybe is fine here. Right?
Knight e6, if that's legal, then that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you have chances for equality after the twin trade and knight takes d5, but you're definitely not playing for a win here with white. Like rook b5 exists here, for instance, in this position, now that c7 is protected. So
take some rook e1.
Oh yeah, that's a bit problematic, actually.
Bit tricky.
Yeah, because rook e6, knight g4 is a very large threat.
Exactly.
But once again, let's not get
Black should not be worse.
No, probably not. No.
Okay, so that's the position on the board. And yeah, Gukesh under 10 minutes now. Critical moment. Really interesting position. Let's leave Gukesh for the moment. Let's cut back to our Evans Gambit game. Arjun Erigaisi, who had this fantastic win against Magnus yesterday. And in fact, Shaq played your other.
Yeah, and that's the other line that I was talking about. And the problem with it is very specifically only queen g7. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure Black is completely fine. But queen g7, queen f6 runs into bishop takes f7. So we will have to give up a pawn, probably the one on h7. I would, like, if I have to choose, I'm just going rook f8 here, queen h7, and then making a move of some description.
Be nice to castle queenside here, if possible.
Yeah, would be quite good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't hate this. I think knight b1, rook a1 complex is not great. So we will have some compensation, but maybe just bishop g4 actually and castle next move, because queen d1 mate threat will be strong enough to deal with, let's say, h3.
Right. So let's castle.
Castle. Yeah, and then this knight b1 is kind of struggling to find squares.
Yeah. And in the meantime, there could be some issue. Yeah, the queen at some point. Interesting. Okay, so that's...
Yeah,
so,
and Tadeusz says bishop g4, bishop takes f7 is strong, but bishop d7 is quite good, which is a fair point in that line.
oh, okay, let's just check that again.
Yeah, if we play queen bishop g4, bishop f7, then queen g8, queen takes g4 does present us with a problem.
Yeah, very true. So, okay, bishop d7.
Yeah. And once again, it seems slow, but white will struggle so much to develop the queen side. And if we castle king side as white here, after black castles queen side, rook h8 followed by like queen h6 might just be straight up mate.
Very true.
Very, very often. So this looks scary.
And it does. What about developing the knight?
We castle for now. I guess knight f3 is your point, yeah.
Knight f3. Yeah.
But then queen c5 is extremely awkward, right?
Ah, okay. That if it's that simple, then that's a problem. Yeah.
No, I think it's just extremely awkward for
yeah.
white.
That's okay. That's a big.
I think maybe the entire fishing expedition with queen g7, queen h7 is very suspect.
Okay.
Maybe you have to kind of eat your losses here and trade. I say with a very, very acidic expression on my face there, because like that endgame is not fun for white. Just, I don't know, knight g2 and play. It's not that horrible because the bishop on c8 still, I mean, the bishop on c4 is a good piece. The knight on g2 is nothing special, but the bishop on c4 is actually on a very decent square. So it's not horrible. But Arjun disagrees and goes for queen g7, rook f8. Now let's see, maybe he finds something smarter than queen takes h7, because queen h7 really does feel like it's a waste of a tempo. This pawn will unlikely, you know, it is extremely unlikely to play a major part in the game. Well, and if it does, it probably kind of backfires for us because we get mated along the open h file.
Absolutely. I mean, as we've been discussing, it's this knight on b1, which is the problem piece. It feels like.
Yeah, and he starts by developing it, and
yeah,
he'll take it from there. I very much understand that decision. Yeah. We're still not entirely sure what we're doing after bishop g7, though. Maybe knight f3 because e5 is hanging compared, but those types of you know, solutions. If something goes wrong for us tactically here, we're just going to be in so much pain.
Yeah,
like you have to calculate queen c5, you have to calculate queen c6, even attacking more things.
Yeah,
maybe it works out, but it's just. You are really, like, you really need to.
It's on the edge. And interesting, queen f6 from Shaq here.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. And also an immediate indication from Arjun what he thinks about those endgames. Middle games aren't going to be much better, but he is just obviously so unhappy about the idea of playing those endgames that he just, interesting. That is an interesting move by Shah. I think I probably would have gone with bishop d7. I think I would have very much preferred to keep the pair and to play those types of positions. Not that I don't like what Shah will get here after the bishop trade, but I would have liked to have the pair alive and well.
We should just sum up that actually material is now even. White is no longer a pawn down, but yeah, I understand, you know, you'd rather preserve your bishop pair. However, a queen standing on e6 would actually control so many useful squares.
It's a very good square. It's a very good square.
You know, if black's king is very comfortable on the queen side.
Absolutely. No, it's going to be a pleasant endgame for sure. I mean, not an endgame, but like white is still weirdly behind in development, despite black only now just finishing theirs. And importantly, let's say if we take with castle short, long castle hits that knight on g2 immediately, winning an important tempo for black even here. And if you play knight f3, I mean, rook g8 would just be straight up winning, if not for the fact that the e5 pawn is hanging. And even that you have to calculate. Like no, there's queen f5 check there. Okay, he goes queen e3 for now.
Okay, that's discouraging long castles.
Yeah, at least attempting to discourage it for sure. Yeah. Clever move there by Arjun, trying to improve the position of his pieces while also forestalling some of the advances black can make. I guess the queen is aimed at the e2 square, which is going to be a good square to control some light squares and perhaps get away from attacks. Also, you still have to make a move with black here.
Yeah, not so simple actually.
Yeah, because a6 doesn't really solve your problem because queen a7 will still be somewhat looming.
And b6 bishop b5.
And b6 bishop b5 check doesn't look right at all. And taking on c4 just develops white's pieces for them. So
I wonder if no, probably not.
Queen g5 allows the doubling on e6, right? I also consider
queen g5 exactly. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that obviously is an improvement for white, a major improvement. In the meantime, Magnus does seem like he's very much in control. Perhaps we could show that for just a brief moment, because.
But just very quickly, there is queen g6 as well.
Yeah, no, we have a lot of waiting moves. We have a lot of very decent waiting moves as well. Rook g8 maybe comes to mind. Queen g6 with the idea of bishop g5, I very much like actually.
Okay, but queen e3 seems like a very sensible way for white to play. Nice centralization somehow. Okay, let's go back to Magnus's game. So, it is absolutely exploding. In this position, rook ac1 played.
Yeah, that doesn't seem fast enough, and he connected it with the idea of c3. But yeah, the queen just unpins itself by playing queen d6, and then you get what you got in the game with knight e4 coming in.
Hang on.
Rook a2, knight b5, queen e5, rook c7, rook e8, queen b6. It's actually a bit messier than I expected because black still has to solve some issues here, right? Whoa, okay, I took a glance, yeah. I took a glance at the bar. I kind of cheated because
rook takes e7 and queen d8 is a massive wow. And yeah, the eval bar, wow, it's a complete whiteout.
Good I guess because I think he probably expected to be able to play knight g6 if all else fails. But then I guess just loses to queen b7 and you get mated along the 7th rank. Because you actually have no pieces which can defend g7. You have a whole bunch of them on the board, but none of them can actually touch the g7 pawn.
I mean, queen b6 is just a massive shot. And
yeah, so yeah, rook e8 was just a very, very poor move. He could have played knight g6 on the previous move.
Okay, let's see that. So knight g6. Yeah, but even so, I mean, this looks so scary. Can you play? What about knight h5? What's going on there? I mean, again, there's a problem here.
You can understand why he didn't, but I guess maybe queen takes. Hang on, who gives mate to who here after queen takes b2?
Queen b2. Okay, who's?
No, rook 7, rook g6. It actually is white who is giving mate. Yeah. And rook g6, and we've actually defended
nice.
Against the mate, and also
beautiful, Peter.
Rook g6, rook g6, rook a1 says to Dash.
Rook
gracious.
Rook a1. That is outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, if that actually works,
even
that is just completely unfair. Yeah, and I mean, there's a simpler solution because after knight h5 you can play f5 f4, which is actually simpler. Because if you play rook g7, your entire board will be hanging.
Okay, so all right, we need a better move. So
but also but I think it's actually quite tricky because I suspect he may have said no to this because of knight d3. It looks like a strange move, but the point is after queen takes e6, we have knight d4, and that knight lands on f5 with tremendous force.
Wow.
But unfortunately for white, after knight d3, black has d5, d4, and I'm very much cheating here. But this is a position where things have moved on, and we would like to be telling the truth to our viewers. So I actually consulted what the engine says for a bit.
And what's the assessment?
This is winning for black, as is weirdly queen takes b2. I mean, that line after knight, yeah. I mean, basically knight g6 is.
It looks like somebody's just dropped the pieces in the middle of the board. It's one of those problems. White to play mating 2.
Yeah, it does look a little bit like that, but
crazy position. But anyway, let's just go to where we are on the board, which is here. Queen b6 is. Okay, for the sake of argument, let's play a random move here, and then let's show exactly what the problem is. So this is what Magnus is trying to find a solution to, and
failing, obviously, because he's been tanking for a bit. Yeah, I mean,
to be anything.
Yeah, like you can play rook a8, I guess, but the issue once again is, hang on, what is the issue? Because I thought it was queen b7, but queen b7, rook eb8 is fine for black, maybe winning for black. So why can't we play rook a8 here? Knight d3 wins the queen.
God. That is stunning.
Good God.
That is brilliant. So the knight protects the pawn. The queen has no decent squares. That is brilliant. Now, that is the kind of shot that Magnus, well, I mean, easy for anyone to miss. Incredible.
Yeah. But queen b6, actually, we thought it created one unstoppable threat, but it actually created two. And yeah, that's a bit too much. Yeah,
I mean,
that is a little bit too much. Yeah. And yeah, and this is why he's been thinking, and it's too late, because yeah, you can't make a move.
Peter, let me go back one move, because this is very interesting itself, because at the moment, knight d3,
we can take on e6,
trap the queen because of queen e6. So this move, queen b6, this is the threat that we were overlooking. We were just looking at rook e7, but now, because the queen defends e6, knight d3 is the secondary threat, or possibly even the primary threat.
Maybe even a primary threat. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Magnus is there on our screens being unhappy at himself.
Oh, I need to look at that on my second computer. Yeah. Not the way he wanted to start the day.
Yeah, this is Magnus, like, severely tilted by mistakes on his own on his end, but we have seen that before, and we all know he is, his own harshest critic, and really hates not playing well. But
well, he was undone yesterday by another of the Indian superstars. Arjun Erigaisi in an absolutely fantastic game. I was speaking to Julian Hodgson about the game, actually, who was blown away by Arjun's play, and Julian particularly liked Queen e4, if you remember that one.
Yeah, I mean, Queen e4 is a move of a man who is, like, he trusts his abilities to play this game.
Exactly. Yeah.
We were discussing it on air yesterday.
Yeah.
In particular, because he was chosen over something which was clearly giving him a large advantage.
Yes.
And there was a much simpler solution there, which was giving him a large advantage, but a smaller advantage than the one he got in the game.
Yeah. It was just a little finesse, but it showed extraordinary confidence.
Yeah. Yeah. As we're waiting for Magnus to come to grips with what has happened to his beautiful position, some other games, like, I can only see parts of that, but there's a really crazy game there between David Anton and Erik Hansen, and also seemingly something crazy is happening in Richard Rapport's game. I don't know which one we'd start with.
Okay, let's.
Oh yeah, whoa.
Let's
probably the Rapport Keimer.
Let's go to Rapport Keimer, and let's go from the top. It is some kind of Grand Prix attack, Bishop c4.
Yeah, kind of a really modern take on the Grand Prix.
And
Queen h4 check. Well, Vincent also sort of getting into the mood of things by playing Queen h4, Queen d8 here, saying provoking g3 is worth 2 10p.
Very clever, of course, because in the Grand Prix, Queen e1 to h4 is one of the strategies that White employs. So he's He's thinking ahead, and he's blocked the queen maneuver.
Yeah, but yeah, things have really blown up since then. Yeah, we will not attempt to actually make any sense of what happened in the opening here. I don't think we have time.
Not at all.
Or honestly, the brain power. Like I'm completely I don't know what's going on.
Well, however, I would say this is probably one of the best Grand Prix attacks I've seen in a while.
Yeah, it's a nice position. The bishop on a2 is very strong. The pawn on e6 is about to be forcibly removed. Yeah, but then it became crazy because Richard here just kept the rook on h1 on breeze. It wasn't taken, of course, because the g5 square is important for black, so they don't want to give up the bishop on b7. And it only got crazier from here. Like this is crazy, but it got crazier.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Rook
So
d1,
now-
king a5 check.
Oh, the bishop has gone.
F6, f6, and Vincent, after some thought in this position, played rook b8. The bishop wasn't taken.
I like this.
Just
Your
rook
house, your house is on fire.
Yeah.
Do you run and get water? Do you try and put the fire out? No, you ignore the fire and you play rook b8.
I think this is a perfect illustration of the "this is fine" dog. The move rook b8 is like the personification of the "this is fine" dog, if you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
There's a very famous dog sitting in the middle of a house that is on fire, saying "this is fine."
Okay.
This is that dog, basically.
Right.
And look at this, EG6 castles.
Brilliant.
Just castles, leaving the bishop on e7 there. And now it finally gets picked up. But
taking the rook. Well. I'm not sure that was in the spirit.
Yeah, but it didn't help very much.
Rook, of course. And the game is
d7. The game is just over. Yeah.
The game is actually Vincent resigned in this. I have to kind of tune in. Okay, when we first.
Well, we're a piece up. We're also giving mate. Yeah, I can understand why people resign in this position.
So
black really has not very much going for them.
So check on c5 and d8 mate is the
it is a bit of a strong threat. Yeah, Magnus has lost in the meantime, not unexpectedly.
I'm still trying to take in this final position. I mean, this is black. I mean, surely there's a move for black that just keeps going for a little bit.
No. How?
Because it's mate straight away. Okay.
It's mate straight away. And also, if you play king a3, I can even just take on h1. I'm 2 pieces up.
Yeah.
I can play queen takes h1.
I think I'm preferring checkmate.
No, I don't know why. Yeah, I thought queen a5 was the way to go. But then if you play queen a5, the simplest, I think, in order to just completely dispirit your opponent, is to just play queen takes h1 and say, on top of everything else, you're also down a bunch of material.
True. If there's no, I bet
there's probably mate, but who cares? Yeah.
Yeah. Who cares? Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. It's 2 pieces, and actually the pawn on b2
is very well controlled.
Is actually relevant in the position. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's also, just very briefly, because I think we should be watching Erigaisi versus Manjaro.
We should be. Although, to my eyes, that is Richard on another level. I mean, that is just the most incredible game. Brilliant. Yeah. Okay, quick recap of what's happening with Magnus. He's lost. The game finished. Knight g5.
Rook. Giving squares to the rook to the queen on e5, but just giving up a full piece on e7 because there were no better choices. And after queen e3, king h1, he just resigned because he really is not in time to launch any kind of counterplay. He just gets mated on the other side of the board. The threat actually is rook g7, rook h7, knight g6, and queen f7. If you play rook a1 here, for instance, it's a cute mate.
Yeah. Okay. This is very nice.
Yeah, it's a cute mate.
This. Very nice. Very nice. Yep. And there we go. Absolutely brilliant. So Magnus actually resigned after rook takes knight. So that's the first shock of the day. We've had Richard Rapport with, I mean, that is one of the most insane games, even by the standards of the kind of insanity we've seen so far. I mean, that's fantastic. Let's just check back in on Erigaisi against Mamedyarov.
And look, we found it at the perfect moment where Shahriar is just castling by foot. This is beautiful. Yeah, he played rook d8 instead of long castling, and now he's castling by foot.
Yeah, it is a pedestrian way of proceeding. Let's just recap how we got there.
Look, this is very clever by Arjun, by the way. He specifically provoked rook d8. to stop the castling, and then went to e2. He could have played queen e2 first, but he did it this way to provoke Shah into keeping the king in the center. And now Shah is actually spending tempi, doing it exactly as Dennis saying, the pedestrian way. Shah is still doing very well here, despite everything, because the bishop is just like bishop versus knight positions on an open board are pretty decent for the side with the bishop. But white is very much in with a fighting chance here. You have a very nice f5 square for the knight. In the meantime, Tadeusz says Grandelius is winning against Abdusatorov, and there is also, and something, a bit of trivia, which a friend of mine told me yesterday, which I didn't really notice. It will get changed because some of those players are playing against each other in this round, and also Niels is, if he converts, is doing really, really well against the tournament leader. But after the first 8 rounds of play, we had 4 players without a single victory. That's 32 games combined for no victories.
Wow.
But that will change because it looks like David Anton is beating Erik Hansen, and if Niels wins, that is also one person crossed off that list.
Peter, just coming back to the Erik Mamedyarov position, and you mentioned the advantage of a bishop over a knight in these kind of middle game positions. And I think, I mean, I'm looking at that square on f5. However, if the rook can get to the second rank and start combining.
I'm actually not very happy about rook d8. I think it may have been connected with a miscalculation because I did not want to trade those rooks. I think, and this is another little bugbear. In particular, I think our mutual friend Yasser Seyravan has a big problem with the statement that queen and knight is stronger than queen and bishop, and says you only need to check statistics to find out it's just not true. But generally speaking, now the rooks are coming off because I think maybe Shah thought he can take on a4.
Yeah, let's just show this. This is important. So check, and if the king moves to b8, then the rook hangs, and of course queen g8. Yeah, he must have overlooked this.
And now he will have to trade the rooks. And I think white's life becomes interesting that Arjun doesn't even take on d8. Feels that black would need to spend too much time now avoiding the trade, so he wants to. Yeah, takes queen c4 though, or queen a2.
There we go.
Interesting, yeah.
This is the problem. This is the problem. The f2 pawn.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by knight f5. It felt to me that specifically just we're misplacing our queen on e2. E2 seemed like a very, very good square for our queen. It's not that I wanted to bring the king to d8. It's more that I wanted to keep my queen on e2 and go from there.
I'd like to go to the game between Abdusatorov and Niels Grandelius.
Absolutely, yeah.
We should point out, of course, that going into this round, Nodibek Abdusatorov was actually in the lead with 17 points. Mamedyarov Carlsen on 16. So what's happening here? I need to tune in. Oh, he's a pawn down. Is it that?
Yes,
simple?
It is simply, yeah.
And well, of course, absolutely dominating major pieces.
If Niels doesn't win this, he will be extremely mad at himself because full control over the open file. White also supposedly has an open file, but it's completely blocked by that knight on d5. The bishop on a3 is horrible. You're also probably at some point going to get mated because queen takes h3 now exists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's game over.
That's pretty much resigns. Yeah. Also, rook e1 is now a mating threat, among other things.
Okay, that is.
And now knight e3 is, I guess, cute but unnecessary is how I would describe it, probably. Although maybe it's just it might actually be the simplest way to win. We go knight e3. Okay, he played rook e1. Now after queen g2, he will still have. I mean, the endgame is the endgame is completely winning, but we will have to maybe play the endgame. I was very much in favor of just winning the game on the spot if we could, but you could also just play queen f5, I guess, and continue playing for mate just with one pair of rooks traded.
It's always a dilemma, isn't it? This kind of situation.
And
Okay.
I just wanted to show a kind of if we have
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Where do you want to go
93
back? Here.
Yeah, like 93 here, we're threatening the f1 rook. Queen e2, queen g2 is mate, of course. So rook goes somewhere. Let's put it on c1. And I wanted to play knight g4 here, which I thought was quite cute because we're re-establishing the rook e1 mate threat, and we're also threatening queen h2.
Very nice.
Which I think wins on the spot. But I mean, Niels will still win this game. It's not like the result will get changed by him not playing this. His position is completely and utterly winning, and it's very, very difficult to mess up. So yeah, I'm willing to stand by my statement. And rook e1 now, yeah, 93. Come on, 93 in here, Niels. Come on, let's go.
93.
Come on.
You're going to do it. This is a beautiful move.
Come on.
It feels like do you know what? This doesn't look like a chess position. It feels like a crossword puzzle.
It is a little bit of that, yeah. and once again, it's not the only.
Hey, he's played it right.
There it is. There it is. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, and now we can switch to something else because
okay.
this one is not long for this world.
Well, okay, that is a bit of a shocker for Abdusattorov. He would, Niels, very strong player, but he would expect...
Wasn't his tournament so far.
No.
Very much wasn't his tournament.
Okay, let's move on. Where can we go to? Yes. We've got...
The card game is still going, actually. And that one is the one that's important for the tournament situation.
Yes, let's go there. Oh, that's a big pass pawn.
That's a passer, yeah. But white now actually has some counterplay against the black king, so you have to be careful. I like king b7 very much.
Let's see how we got there. So this is where we left it. A5, revving up. Yeah, here we go. That's...
So he just kind of turbocharged everything. Look at knight g4, by the way. I think I know why he played knight g4. Let's just point this out for our viewers. You would like to play like a takes b5 here. But I think the point is we can play queen takes f2.
Oh,
no, it's not fast enough. No, it's not fast enough. Knight actually gets to c2, right?
Okay, let's just show that. Here.
But then I don't understand it. I think I would rather have the sort of the more pawns there.
Just in time. Okay, so anyway.
Yeah, he did something else. He went knight g4, knight f6. And black now has two passers on the a file. Only one really is required. Yeah, and I think it will become a queen. Yeah, I think he resigns somewhere here. Knight a, bishop b6, or really any move that doesn't blunder queen takes c7 is going to be pretty good.
Looks pretty, yeah, bishop b6.
Yeah. I guess he goes queen e7 though. Queen e7 try, yeah, exactly, queen e7. But now we play queen c5 is clever. I like queen c5.
Okay, let's
just stopping everything.
Just pointing out that after queen e7, knight d6 was a threat, but yeah, queen c5 is...
Yeah, and Shahryar wins an important game this round. I think Shahryar will be in the lead, maybe even the sole lead, because Magnus lost and Notibek lost.
He is in the sole lead. Shak has 19, Abdusattorov 17, Carlsen 16, so that's a very healthy lead actually. Yeah. And Arjun 15, Duda 15. Duda's still playing. Let's go to his board.
Yeah, that's a kind of a mess.
If I can find it, there it is. Oh,
yeah. You would assume white should be faster here, in particular because you would obviously very much like to bring the knight from h3 back to f4, but that square is controlled. But this is still quite messy because white will have to continue shedding their king side here. But yeah, you always suspect that the b pawn just queens faster because it starts running first.
Yes,
Vidit is on much lower clock though, which could become a factor potentially.
Maybe excuse me, I'm messing up. Maybe knight g1.
Yeah, knight g1 is an interesting. Yeah, and that's what he does. Yeah, that's actually quite clever because we're also creating a very strong threat of simply h3, h2, where the knight on g1 will serve as a very useful blocker of rook a1 takes h1 ideas. So we take on f3. I like knight e7, by the way, because that will establish the h6 square for our rook. Yeah. Once we play knight f5 check, we'll have a way to controlling the h pawn from behind, which is extremely valuable. So now we take, I guess, with the knight. White probably goes king c5, and we go maybe knight e5, combining sort of defense with attack, bringing knight closer to to the white pawns, and also maybe king d5 actually specifically because of knight e5. Maybe king d5 is a healthier move.
But this is still really tricky.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and the material is equal.
Yeah,
black isn't really far. I think. I mean, this is a blitz game. It's anybody's game, really.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the rook is nicely behind the b pawn, very tricky.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's any merit in dancing the knight round to e4. Don't know. This is a very annoying move, knight f5, as you point out.
I still like h3. I'm not in favor of h3. I would have been playing knight e5 there. I mean, this is still fine, I guess. But try to play rook h6 now.
Knight e5? No.
So you have knight e5 still. Yeah, h3 is protected.
Here, knight e5.
That's very clever. Yeah, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
And well, it also looks at knight d7 as well.
Yeah. And I like this much better than h2, because after h2 b6, we're actually pinning our own knight to the protection of that pawn on h2, and that doesn't seem great.
This is absolutely up in the air.
Yeah.
Okay, this is important. If Duda wins this, then he bounces into second position.
Oh, hang on a second. H2 creates a threat of knight h4 though. Maybe we are underselling h2, rook h3, rook d1. Maybe we are supposed to play h2 here. Yeah, and that's what he's done. Yeah, I missed the idea of knight h4. And yeah, I think Vidit is doing the right thing here by basically trying to just offer a draw with knight e7, knight f5. And if you play king e8, king c6 creates mating threats, which you really aren't supposed to be allowing, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You can play f6, but f6 is like such a hardcore winning attempt. I mean, if it backfires spectacularly.
Okay, so this is a big moment. Duda under a minute. I mean,
he knows he has a draw, basically. I think he realizes that if he plays king g8,
let's just show that.
So better.
Yeah. So
he's gone to the center. Very interesting. He's gone king e8, and now white has like king c6 or king. I like king 6 the most, but I think his plan is to play f6 because there he really does not have any good choice anymore. Like knight e5 does nothing, so you play f6, giving yourself the f7 square.
Yeah.
And weirdly, I couldn't find anything that is immediately good enough for white. You can give 2 checks, but then black has king g8 and then king somewhere.
Okay, so
yeah, king 6 played, f6 will be played, I'm pretty sure. And then we have to solve this puzzle. Yeah, this is the position. We have to solve this puzzle for white somehow. It's difficult. It's difficult, yeah. And Krzysztof has done, I think he assessed it correctly, in particular against 20 seconds. This is incredibly confusing for white now, because you don't even have the bailout option of rook h3, because that now just blunders a rook to knight e5 check and rook takes h3. You really have no more bailouts. You have to go for something. Check king f7. Yeah, if you give a check, I go king g8 and I knock off the perpetual mechanism.
Wow, it's really daring. I mean, to calculate this, and okay, once the knight has fallen back to g3, then
well, at least we can pick it up for free, basically. Like knight e5 check, rook takes g3 here gives us a very good position, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, the stability of the knight on e5 is very attractive.
Yeah. So he's looking for more. He knows this is a very, very safe backup if he needs it. Yeah, I was also thinking that Tadeusz confirms that knight h4 in fact is also winning, and perhaps is a stronger computer style way of winning this position. Just knight h4, knight h1, rook b1, and just going after that knight, trying to queen the h2 pawn for nothing, not even giving white a chance to pick it up. But I think on 20 seconds you don't bother. I think knight e5 is very whoa.
Whoa, he's going for it.
Nice.
Very nice.
You like watching people who are really, really confident in their own calculations on 20 seconds. I'm not one of them anymore. So I enjoyed quite a bit, because yeah, it's just so nice to see Yeah, and now after rook g1, white has to play rook a8, rook a. Okay, he really should have gone rook knight f2. Actually, that was a difference, because now if you go rook a8, rook a1, rook g1 just reestablishes the same thread. But he was pretty much busted anyway.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
and he just resigns. Yeah, he just resigns.
Really impressive technique from Jan-Krzysztof Duda there, and that bounces up to second position. He's now on 18. Mamedyarov on 19. Abdusattorov 17. Carlsen 16. We've still got, let me see, one game going. Aditya Mittal against Anish Giri.
And that's quite an interesting position. It looks like Aditya is actually surviving this because the king on h3 is quite safe. We have to assume the last two moves were h4 takes g3 check and then king h2 h3.
Yeah, let's just show that. So h4.
Yeah, he's been defending a very difficult endgame for a while, and I think Anish went for something tactical, thinking that he is winning here, but I don't think he is. This is still going to be quite tricky though for Aditya, because you have to stop all these checks. You have queen h3 check, but then your queen is so stupid that you might not be holding the position anyway. So yeah, he's also on 17 seconds. Both of them are on very, very low time, but as usual, trying to give mate is just so much more comfortable than trying to avoid getting given.
I can see the Malbar has swung right in black's favor.
Yeah, but I couldn't see anything that was an easy draw. And this does feel lost now, because how do you stop queen h4?
Yeah.
This does feel very lost now. Yeah, king f2 is probably the best chance, but rook d2 check probably wins. Queen h4 might also be winning, but rook d2, you have to go back to g3, and then black will find something. Well, king g1, queen, no, this is mate. Queen d4 is just straight up mate now. Queen d4, queen h4, rook d1 mate. This is very easy. Queen g3, king g3 was slightly more tricky, I think, but this is just straight up mate in 3.
And that is a useful 3 points for Anish, who was in 9th position. So
and chat informs us there hasn't been a single draw in this round.
Wow, yeah. It has been bloodthirsty stuff. So we can give the scores. First position after 9 rounds, Mamedyarov 19, Duda 18, Abdusattorov 17, Carlsen 16, Gukesh, Eragaisi, and Giri on 15. Rapport 13. He sneaks into the top half. Kind of 12.
Vincent has had a couple of rounds of poor results. Yeah, Vincent lost to Mittal, I think, in the last round yesterday, and he also lost to Richard in that very important head-to-head, knocking him off the qualifying spot and bringing Rapport in.
So the field is stretching out, and we have, let me see, 6 games still to play in the qualifying, in this preliminary
6 rounds, yeah,
qualifying stage. As ever, we will be beginning games on the hour, so 8 minutes still to go. Just a reminder, this is the Aimchess Rapid, and Aimchess, a really powerful tool for your improvement that analyzes your games and gives you targeted exercises according to what it discovers in your games. It's a very interesting tool, very interesting analytical tool. Do check it out, aimchess.com/try, and there is 30% off membership if you subscribe during the tournament. So do check it out, aimchess.com/try. Now we'll take a short break, but well, we've had a remarkable first round today. So do join us for more action in around about 7 minutes.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Harikrishna Pentala from India.
comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
There are 5 qualities one needs to have to master the French defense. 1. Safeguarding your king is priority. King d8, good move. Yeah, just king e7, why not? Well, of course we don't take. King e7, we are much better. And very important, don't castle, king on f7, perfectly placed. 2. Remaining calm in every situation. Oui. Oui. Merde! 3. Patience. And here people will speak bullshit, you need to prepare, and look at this, the A-pawn is running like Alan Prost. 4. Fast development of your pieces is the key to success. And here you don't care about the pieces, a6, h6, g5, h5, g4, go for the dot pieces. And most importantly, never retreat your developed units. Yeah, bastards are going to tell you this unfunny joke that we French people, we only retreat, but it's not retreat, it's counterattack.
On fait la fête en chantant.
Aimchess analysis boards let you take an opening position you don't recognize, and instantly find videos featuring that position from some of your favorite chess content creators.
Hi, I'm Jan-Krzysztof, inventor of chess, and also your new stepdad. And we're very disappointed in you, son and or daughter, because you suck at chess, and so that is why you have to now sign up for Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that creates personalized lessons based on positions from your own games, and turns your blunders into wonders. Link your Chess24 account or other online chess accounts today, and learn the official Aimchess Gambit, which is where you take your opponent's king, and then you just f***ing eat it. I didn't know I was gonna say that. In-depth analysis, tactics trainer, blunderer, preventerer, whatever the f*** this is. And a new, personalized feed full of curated chess puzzles and memes. All of this and more available only at Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that the average Aimchess user—
Oh my god, stop calling me about fucking Aimchess!
You heard it here first. Join Aimchess today and become the world's greatest chess man in the world. Or chess woman? Hi, I'm Magnus Carlsen. I'm Magnus Carlsen, and I own Aimchess. But now you are a Magnus Carlsen instead, because you beat me at chess because of Aimchess. That's right, you dumb piece of Aimchess. They asked me to cut that last bit, but I won't. Get 6 months premium free by typing your credit card details, name, and full home address in the comments down below. Aimchess. They put the based in turn-based strategy. Why the f*** do you keep paying me for these? Aimchess. It stands for Aim Chess. Oh shit, I'm out of time. Sign up for Aimchess!
Welcome
back. That was very good, no?
There's a strange echo. Yeah, the score seems to be Liverpool 0, Manchester City 0, as far as I can see.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway,
Excellent.
I don't know if you're at all interested. But anyway, we have some other scores that we need to have a look at. And, well, what a remarkable first round we saw today at the Aimchess Rapid. All decisive results, which was fantastic. And I can see the games are starting. Hopefully we'll have a chance to look through that game between Richard Rapport and Vincent Keimer. Perhaps
I wouldn't count on it, because we've scrolled through it, and in order to do it any kind of justice, I think we would need to dedicate the entire round, ignoring everything else.
Another one of
To
those.
it. Yeah.
Let's leader of the tournament, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. I feel we owe it to him to look at his game first of all. And, well, again, he has succeeded in establishing a very unusual position on the board. Well, unusual is perhaps putting it a little bit too strongly, but basically a position which is very imbalanced.
And this is the obviously the Trompowsky, and one of the sharper responses to the Trompowsky, going with the immediate d5 c5, which is, I believe, what I also recommended in my course. And yeah, this could lead to some very, very interesting positions potentially, but also sometimes leads to you know, very quiet positions if white chooses to play c4. I think what black is doing here specifically is actually preventing those symmetrical positions by providing themselves with an option of replying to c4 with d4, which could be quite useful, because otherwise you have to play those, like if let's say we imagine c4 happening and that trade happening and then the pawn on c5 being taken off the board. Those types of positions are quite safe for black, but you also struggle to play them for a win. Whereas after c4, d4, it's going to be a mess. And I think Vidit very much would welcome a mess here.
Just very quickly, you mentioned your course. Give us the name of the course, Peter. You mentioned you said in your course you had this was one of your recommendations.
I think so. I would need to recheck. And definitely I have not covered g2, g3 in this position. This position I do not recall.
Okay, but just
at all.
I just want to what's the name of your course?
This? Actually, you will be surprised by the answer. This is the Lifetime Grunfeld repertoire. Can't you recognize it?
Ah, I see. So basically you were looking at lots of anti-Grunfeld systems.
Yes, this is how you get here, and
very good.
The way to get here is to not understand what the terms of what you're agreeing to are in advance.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm not complaining, because it actually forced me to look at a lot of positions I've never looked at in my life, and some of them are quite fun. But yeah, exactly how wide the definition of lifetime repertoire was not entirely clear to me during my first conversations about recording something. Just
right.
No real regrets, but it was a surprise. Let's put it like this.
Okay, but I'm sure all the better for it. The course.
I would hope so. Yeah.
Good. Okay, so g3, as you say, a surprising move.
But it actually makes a ton of sense, because I think black very often wants to play e7, e5 in these types of positions. And that will be extremely well met by bishop g2 followed by knight c3, I assume, just putting a lot of very early pressure on the d5 pawn. It might actually incentivize you switching back to e6. And then white can play, I'm assuming, bishop g2, let's say knight d2, knight e2, and then eventually we will push c4. But okay, Vidit disagrees, and you still would very much like to play this bishop e6, knight c3, and then find a way to make it work for black. Because if you do, your position will be excellent for sure. But you do have to provide some concrete support to this idea, because after knight c3, you really no longer have any bailouts. You will have to play very, very forcefully.
So that pawn on c5 is looking like a dead man walking.
Yes, but after knight c3, you still have to deal with the fact that your central pawn on d5 is hanging, and if you lose it, like, you better have some very concrete things to have for it. I've been looking at the idea of playing queen a5 here, and let's say bishop takes d5, just castling long, and claiming that we have a huge lead in development. But even here, let's say, even like e3, e4 exists. But even if we don't play e3, e4, even if we play like in the most like stale fashion possible, we take on e6, we play it on queen e2, bishop takes c5, or queen g4 as well. Yeah, bishop c5, we develop our final piece to f3. You have to be very certain that you're not worse here. You do have bishop b4, maybe you aren't worse, bishop a3 even. But you have to be sure. And Vidit goes the other way. He goes knight c3, d4 very, very quickly. But now after e takes d4, what do we take with? Is the big question. Because if you take with the pawn, white will quite happily go knight e4. And if that knight is pushed, we'll give a check on d6. We'll return the pawn that way. But the black structure is destroyed, just utterly destroyed. And if white finishes development, which looks extremely likely in those lines, white will be significantly better.
White's bishop must be a very happy piece at this point. I mean, this is...
So I think we're choosing between queen g4 and knight g4, honestly. And yeah, those are very sharp. Let's try knight takes d4. The first point of order here is bishop takes b7, I guess gets completely ignored. We take on c5, I'm pretty sure. And we continue. This looks interesting. This looks interesting.
Yeah, I have to say I wouldn't rush into taking on b7. It feels like, you know, black has plenty going on here. I just
and Vidit actually chose the third move, the one that we haven't spoken of yet, queen takes d4. Also a sensible choice. And yeah, it will be interesting to see how Shah reacts to this. If you take on d4, black of course recaptures with the knight, and then plays long castle, picks up on c5 in the fullness of time, and yeah, it seems completely fine for black, right? Castles, maybe even bishop c5 is playable, but even if you castle long here, like even if you play it slightly slower, so as not to sacrifice the pawn on b7, it doesn't feel like white will be in time to hold on to the pawn on c5, and that looks like a very, very playable position.
Yeah, I'm just, let's have a think here. I wonder...
Yeah, knight g2, I think, is probably the same option.
I suppose knight e2, yeah.
Yeah.
Takes.
Queen c5, maybe knight e4. And if you give me a check, I'll play knight 2c3. And probably knight 2c3 as well after queen e7, right? But you have a 5, right? You start pushing my stuff back, yeah?
Yeah.
This is like a really, really nice Sveshnikov.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like an absolutely perfect Sveshnikov for black. You get to play a5, e4, bishop g7, rook d8. You might be better by move 15, maybe significantly better by move 16.
Okay, so that's not ideal.
No.
Yeah. Takes.
Maybe this is why I didn't cover the move g3. And yeah, Shah goes for, well, I missed queen f3. This is extremely, extremely ambitious.
Okay, so he's given up his beautiful bishop and played queen f3, so he's hitting both these pawns.
Yeah, he's attacking everything and also planning knight g2 and then castling somewhere. Possibly even queenside, because knight g2 probably provokes queen takes c5, making long castles a legal move again.
Very dynamic.
Yeah.
Very fast.
Yeah, this is what we've come to expect from Shahriar in this tournament. He's been playing very, very well, but also I think that is true about his play in almost any tournament, but in this tournament in particular, it really does feel like he's going out of his way to just, you know, put something enjoyable on the board and play, regardless of whether it's good or bad or what have you.
Just playing very instinctively for the very nice. I have to say, I think it's a really creative solution. You know, didn't occur to me to give up the bishop, but suddenly
I actually saw bishop takes c6, but I was connecting it with the idea of taking on d4 and playing knight e4, but that isn't good. Queen f3, on the other hand, very much keeps things in very interesting. What are we even playing here as black? Queen c5, maybe. Not because we are so eager to take on c5 so early, but simply I just don't know how to meet the threat of queen takes c6 comfortably.
I'm wondering about this move, actually.
And you take with the pawn or the queen?
I was going to take with the queen, actually. I mean, it looks very suspicious, but so queen takes.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about queen f6. I was worried about those endgames, but maybe like, let's put this on the board. Knight d5, queen d5, and let's say I go rook d1 here.
Right. Okay. This is
kind of worrying me a little bit, right? Because if white gets to, like, the endgame is definitely quite seriously better for white than the knight gets to f5 quite quickly. Yeah. And if you play queen c5, I will start developing like knight e2 castles here.
Let's just show that endgame, because we can make a little comparison with the endgame between Gukesh and no, was it Erigaisi?
Erigaisi, yeah.
Erigaisi and Mamadjarov in the last round. But here, that knight is just absolutely beautiful on f5. And
and it was in that game as well, but the difference was black had a majority on the queen side, whereas here it's actually white has a majority on the queen side, meaning that you will actually struggle to generate any counterplay at all with black. It's not completely horrible, because I think king e7, king e6 creates enough of kind of an awkward question for white that maybe it's not unplayable. But Vidit unsurprisingly opts for queen takes c5, which looks very normal, and something extremely strange happened in the game between Hansen and Erigaisi. What is this?
We'll okay.
I mean, we're going to miss it, because like just take a look at what's happening there.
Okay, I just want to just round off this one, because actually the position is still in complete flux at the moment.
Yeah,
it's a fascinating position. I have
to say. It's just, it feels sad to let this go, but we can just switch for a second, because
we'll do that. Okay,
simply the last two moves. Was that a pre-move or something?
Knight takes d4, h6. So instead of recapturing here,
no, it obviously wasn't a pre-move. I'm not being serious, but this is just such a stunning idea. I don't suspect it works, but I saw that on my screen and I thought, if we don't show it now, might never actually show it to our viewers. And it's unusual enough to warrant being on the screen. Like, I really don't know.
So he's basically saying if black runs away with the knight or protects the knight, then he's...
Yeah, knight f3 is a very natural move, which is what Erigaisi played, queen g2. But honestly, even if I try to go for full greed, like knight e5, hg, and then either rook e8, or honestly even king takes g7, I just don't believe this can work. g5, knight fg4.
Well, let's try.
Knight e5 played hg. Yeah, this position is on the board, so we will see if Eric actually has anything here. My feeling is it can't possibly work. We just don't have enough attackers.
Okay, let me try this. So here,
knight fg4,
yeah, here.
Bishop g5 is a check as well.
Bishop g5 is a check. That's
and now I can play, I mean, f6 just to be extremely annoying. Right?
Well, I mean, I can
cemento as Peter was saying.
Yeah.
King h8.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's enough.
No. Okay, so instead of this,
we don't have to stick with it. I just wanted to show our viewers specifically the moment where knight takes d4 was just completely ignored by Eric.
Okay, so let me try bishop e2.
Yeah. I mean, even if I go rook h8, g5, knight g8, it looks extremely ugly, right? But like, do I actually get mated or not? I'm a full pawn. I'm a full piece up here.
Well, yeah, but the rook on h8 isn't a beautiful.
I know. It's not a very.
There must be a more elegant way.
Piece, yeah.
There must be a more elegant way of playing this.
Yeah, there must be.
Rook. I mean, can we play rook g8, g5, and then drop?
Yeah, or that. Yeah. g5, maybe even king f8 there.
Okay.
King f8.
Okay. I trust that the queen sack isn't working.
Yeah, doesn't like it. The king on e8 will be safe enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry I dragged you to this, but I really thought this was
fine. I mean, I'm intrigued because the knight. Okay, let me just keep going for a little bit.
Okay. I mean, my biggest problem is, even if I return some material here, let's say I go knight g4, bishop g4, bishop g5. I think I just win this position very comfortably. These pieces start coming off, and like if all else fails, I can just like take on e3 and play queen g5 next move and win that endgame. So yeah, it's unusual what Eric has done here.
Okay,
it's
so
very unusual.
Hansen is thinking here basically. Listen, I want to return to
yeah, absolutely. It's still by far the most interesting position of the rounds, sorry, I kind of forced that game on you.
Not at all. Okay, so where are we at? The king is still in the middle. Is that an issue? I guess, well, if it worst case, you could drop the queen back, but you know, that's a slightly problematic for black. Yeah, not so simple for black to play this one.
Not at all. Yeah, if we could castle long here, I think we would be, if not feeling confident, at least feeling like, you know, we're getting somewhere. But the fact that castling is disallowed is making me wonder how we're supposed to continue here. The weird thing is, okay, he's gone bishop d5, which is a move I completely missed, and that makes a ton of sense because that pin is extremely annoying, and you probably have to take on d5, and then black has an interesting choice. I think we're actually taking with the queen, right? cd5 is a beautiful move aesthetically, but it gives white too much time to consolidate. We take with the queen, and we try to push e5, e4 next move, and just to generate immediate strong counterplay that way.
Yeah, okay.
It's an interesting option by Vidit, not what I expected. I was going to make a really stupid argument instead. If we put the bishop back on e6, I was going to say that, weirdly, I would quite seriously consider playing queen e7 here, because I think the endgames are not that bad. I think the issue is white is not at all obliged to give us that endgame, like queen a4.
Maybe queen a4.
Yeah, queen a4 might be a very strong move.
Yeah.
But if you actually get the queens off here and keep the bishop there.
Well, it's another of those Sveshnikov endgames.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah.
look at the move Shah played against bishop d5. He is really,
he didn't take.
Yeah, he just didn't take at all. Yeah, he went queen h7.
Okay, what happens on castle's queen side?
Well, he wants to, I guess, take on d5 and then bring the queen back to f5, which consolidates everything.
Yes.
Queen d5, queen f5 check gives us a move to do something, and
yeah, that's really interesting.
And then just castles.
Yes.
There is actually some play even here after e5, e4, but of course we're quite happy that we've taken the pawn on h7 off the board. And yeah, I mean, this has to be good for white. Even take on d5 and play knight h4, or the immediate knight h4 indeed, maybe even stronger.
Yeah, okay, so that's the position on the board. Queen takes h7. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting.
Okay, well, let me play it. Let me just try this. So take here and then bishop f8. I mean, I assume castles...
Yeah, maybe we have to.
Here? Or is this simply very, very good for white?
Yeah, we just don't really have attackers, right? It's very difficult to make yourself believe the queen will ever get to h3, right? He's gone king f8, which is a very interesting option because he is making a much more awkward move than long castles, just for the sake of not allowing queen f5 to be a check. Which is a curious option. If you play queen f5 now, I'm pretty sure the plan is to play e5 before and just to continue pushing. I don't know if that works. I would assume not, to be honest. But at the very least, it's very interesting.
Yeah, I wonder whether do we take first?
But then after queen d5, where do we put our queen?
Well,
you
then
have queen d3,
I was going to play
right?
queen f5 again.
Or queen f5, yeah, but then we go e4, right? And we get to take on b2 at the end of that line. But that might not be enough anyway. Bishop b2.
Let's have a look.
rook b1, bishop c3, or actually rook d1 is just
c1.
Bishop c3 though. You'll have to run forward. You might actually be able to run forward. King e2, king e3, but I don't know how.
Yeah, in that sense,
it actually is quite safe on e3. I don't hate it. Weirdly, I don't hate it at all. But
actually, maybe this is
running toward f1. I think was the default option. Oh, the default option here.
Okay, it's a much safer way of playing. So if we c4, then we have a very tidy nest.
Yeah, and once the white king actually gets to safety, I think the evaluation becomes more or less immediately apparent. You're just doing extremely well.
So king f8, that's the last move. Mamedyarov still thinking here.
Yeah, that line seems like it should be quite comfortable for Shah.
I suppose you could recapture with the pawn.
Yeah, but you're 2 down and you're allowing castles. It's very difficult for me to convince myself that this is going to be working. Even if I just straight up go castles e4, knight h4, I think the difference in king safety is just going to be such a telling factor eventually. So that gets to f5. We're currently 2 pawns up. Yes, the pawns on b2 and c2 are vulnerable, but if you take them, you give files to my rooks, and then I think you get painted. So yeah, I don't believe in this.
No, okay.
I don't believe in this.
I must admit, I neglected to count.
Yeah, 2 down, 2 down, 2 down. I mean, 1 down, maybe you could convince yourself here, but 2 down is a bit too much. Yeah, it feels
and more than that, actually, at the other end of the board, you know, there are serious issues for the king, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. That's another very valid point. We can maybe briefly check in with how Magnus is doing while Shah is thinking. But Magnus's position is quite dry. I checked it a bit earlier. He's playing against Harry. He has an extra pawn, but converting this into a full point will not be a trivial matter because the bishop pair against the 2 knights, I think most endgames are just completely fine for black. And I think h3, h4 here is a very good indication of where Magnus's head is at, because I think the way forward here is to try and create some threats on the king side. Perhaps even g4, g5 here. It looks a bit outlandish, but I think our control of the center and our king safety affords it. Obviously, you know, white is always going to be a little bit better, at least with a healthy central pawn up. But
I think, I mean, looking at it from black's viewpoint, isn't the problem that black has achieved what he can, and I'm not quite sure how he increases the pressure on white.
I agree entirely. Yeah, I think this looks like a perfect setup. Actually, it's actually quite awkward for white to make moves, because you would like to play queen e3, but your rook on d1 is hanging. So he's gone for something concrete here. He will play f6, and then I guess he'll play bishop h5. You can definitely relate to this, but it also in a way makes white's life simpler. Bishop h5, we go, I don't know, queen d3, bishop f3, gf, and we play that position. Even some rook endings will be tricky. If we can just put it on the board and discuss it for like a second. Queen d3, bishop f3, gf. If you imagine, let's say, the queen's coming off and white getting to play h4, h5, which I understand is a stretch, because black probably actually just plays h6, h5 here to make sure it doesn't happen. But if you imagine the queen's in this position coming off and white getting the pawn to h5, even 4 against 3 on one side might not be a draw anymore. So yeah, you're running some risks here. Queen d3 in the meantime has been played. Eventually you have to take on f3, because if you leave that knight alive, it will, let's say, if you allow rook d2 and still don't take, we go knight h2, knight f1, knight d3, and then black really starts hating everything.
Okay, but it feels to me as though, you know, Magnus would be pretty happy with this as white.
Yeah. This is a typical, you know, Magnus kind of a grindy advantage, which he wins more often than he doesn't. Even if, as I think we can see on our screen, the the computer suggests that it would hold this position against Magnus.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, I look at the pawn on f6,
Yes.
and I think from Black's viewpoint, you know, 7th rank, pawn on e6,
Yes.
weaker, and well, I think Harry has his work cut out here. This is very difficult.
No disagreements. Yeah, I absolutely am of very similar opinion. Shahryar, I think, found an even stronger solution to the problems we were discussing. He's gone to d3 and then queen a3 check instead of queen f5. And now after c5, he can choose between. You can also throw in rook d1 here if you want. It allows queen c4, so you have to calculate. But my feeling is it's pretty strong. Or you can play knight h4 and try to just castle next move and win that way.
That's a fun variation.
Yeah, just e3 castles. Yeah, although ef2 and bishop d4 exists, right? Maybe this actually.
Wait a second.
Yeah, this maybe actually gives like a glimmer of hope.
Okay, let's just So we need to be. Is there a? Hang on. He's played rook d1. Yeah.
Yeah, rook d1 seemed like a very safe choice. Queen c4, I'm pretty sure, is the best move here, but I think we go 92. Queen c2, and we just castle. And yes, the b2 pawn also gets picked up, but I mean, there might be something stronger. I still feel like this is very, very good, like bishop b2, queen a6, and just play from here. The king on f8 is going to be very, very problematic for Black. There might be something cleaner though.
Oh, so queen c4 on the board. This is very interesting.
Yeah. Maybe we go knight h4 and we claim. Okay, knight d2 played. Okay, we'll see.
Too late.
Yeah, too late.
The moves flash by very quickly.
Yeah, you can play something like queen b3 here, but I would be tempted to keep the queens on because it feels like your king is safer. So why not?
Castles feels like the shack solution to me.
Yeah. And then queen e3, probably not queen a6, to also attack the pawn on e4.
And then, okay, so how's this one?
Queen e4. I mean, I just take on e4. I understand there are drawing chances, and with the bishop on d4, there will be drawing chances. But this is a good endgame. Like it's a healthy pawn up. It's on h2. It's an outside pass. You don't win every single one of these, but you generally, I think, should be quite confident in winning a large proportion.
It's interesting. I mean, I don't know. My view would be that might actually be from the position we have, actually a reasonable outcome for Black.
Yes, I agree with that. I'm just saying that I still feel like White is favored to actually win this.
Absolutely, yeah.
I absolutely agree with you that this is some sort of best case scenario for Black. The way the game looked at one point.
Let's go to Magnus's game because very interesting developments there. So
yeah, I don't know about that quite, Harry.
We left the position here, e5, and then f5.
Yeah, Harry has attempted to solve every single issue by force. And I think whether he succeeds or not could very much depend on the outcome of the endgame after fe4, rook e4, bishop g6. You can also take on f3, but you have now given White a protected passer. So I think we go bishop g6. Yeah, I mean, yeah, here obviously we go bishop g6. Rook a4, bishop takes d3. And I think we actually get to trade. Oh, he played queen a5. This is very cute, but it really feels like it's a bit too fancy play. Yeah, he is trying to combine all kinds of threats and to be able to take on e4 and then immediately take on d5. There's a couple of issues with that. Or maybe maybe not. How do we actually keep our extra pawn? We have rook d1, but then you just play queen a4 and you repeat. At least maybe there's something stronger, but that option exists.
So what happens on this?
Fe,
and queen d5.
Bishop f3 even, maybe.
Bishop f3 first.
And then queen d5. We shouldn't be losing that, right? 3 against 3 on one side. We shouldn't be losing that.
Okay, so that's the issue. So this could be a way of actually solving the problem completely.
And do Do you want to know how the football finished?
Well, I'd be quite interested.
Chat informs us that full-time Liverpool 1, Man City 0.
Wow. That's a remarkable result considering what's been going on recently. Anyway, back to this game.
Yes.
we'll analyze that result a little bit later, but Queen A5. I mean, this is a very gutsy way for Black to play because it just relies on precise calculation. If he gets it wrong, his position is completely blown. If he gets it right, he could be heading for that drawn endgame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and these are not fun to defend against Magnus. And I sort of very much endorse the general idea of trying to make a forced draw instead of trying to defend some kind of an endgame which you might hold or you might not against Magnus specifically.
Okay, so how about rook here?
Yeah, but we just go, like, once again, in the same order. Fe4, and then bishop f3, and then queen d5. You are actually still not a pawn up unless you go gf, but gf really isn't the winning attack, right?
No. Still can't do it. Very interesting.
He's gone queen e3. Oh, this is clever. This is quite clever because what he wants to get here is one of the two outcomes. Either bishop f3 gf, and then he gets to preserve his pawn structure, or fe4, knight takes e5.
Right.
And then he will have to, yeah, no. We're taking on e5 every single time first. We're not allowing bishop takes f3 anymore.
Yeah, right, got it.
Yeah, and then, I mean, this endgame should still be a draw, I assume, queen d5, queen d4. But with the light pieces on the board, you can definitely imagine losing it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time.
So, yeah, this is quite clever by Magnus, queen d3.
That's very good.
Mm-hmm. Do we have anything stronger for Black? No, it really doesn't feel like that. Because bishop f3, g takes f3, you have to have a very, very good reason for giving white the protected passer on d5. So Dash actually suggests something very, very clever, which probably is the best way to make a draw here. Fe4, queen e4, sorry, knight d5, no, knight d5, rook d5 here. Followed pretty much against anything by queen takes e1 and rook d1.
Oh, that's the point. Right.
And that is a huge improvement. Leaving yourself only the light pieces on the board here. Once again, once in a blue moon, you will lose this, but you really shouldn't.
Yeah. But okay, with the rooks on the board, that's actually quite obvious. But this one, that's a lot simpler. Now, will he play it? Really interesting to see. And after rook d5, no alternatives, because this is basically a threat straight away. Really interesting.
Yeah, you can't stop it. If Harry finds rook takes d5, he probably holds, because even, let's say, if you try to play knight c6 or anything, queen e1, rook d1 still happens.
Yeah. He's down to a minute and a half against Magnus's 7 minutes. Okay, that is still he's played rook d5. Well found.
Very nicely done by Harry. And also a very cute tactic by Shahriar in the current position. Really, really cute.
Okay, we'll come to that in a second. Okay, you got to call it, Peter. Will Harry hold this position?
I think so. I think, the defense here is straightforward enough that you just kind of struggle to not hold it. You just keep the bishop on b3, c2, those types of squares. You keep the king on f8, or you try to bring it up to f6 so that in order to drive it away, white needs to continue offering pawn trades. And as long as you don't blunder something really catastrophic, the defense is quite straightforward.
Okay, well, let's see. We've seen Magnus squeeze blood out of stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen those types of positions where like everybody says this is a draw, and then it isn't. when the score sheets are signed. But
okay, yeah. So let's go back to Mamedyarov against Vidit, and this is roughly where we left it. Rook g7, a check here, and queen h4. Aha, so if rook takes, then we switch back to h6, check, and pick up the rook. Okay. But there's a, okay, so the rook is hanging here, but there is a pin on the d file.
Yeah, obviously the trick here is that rook d2 queen h6 is a very cute geometrical idea, but as Vidit actually played, you can just choose a square on the d file and not touch the knight for the time being. He chose rook d4 and rook g7.
Okay, so we've got this again, and more checks.
And honestly, it feels like Vidit will get away with it, because white is extremely tied up. And if you give black, I don't know, a move to play king g8 and then rook g6, you might regret keeping yourself pinned this way.
Yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, the king actually achieves some safety once it moves to g8. Very interesting.
This is a very interestingly played game, and I suspect actually quite well played game even. Considering just how crazy the position was out of the opening. And yeah, Vidit had to play in a very imaginative fashion not to just be completely busted by move 20. It looked like Shach had everything under control, and it really doesn't feel like he does anymore.
I'm sure he's desperate to play on. He has played on queen h, or hang on, is this repeating or not quite?
No, yeah, and this is interesting because he's protected the rook on d1, right? So he's trying to play knight b3 next move, because the rook will no longer be hanging.
Yeah.
Shach is a... Hang on, can we play e3? e3, f takes e3, f7 is hanging. I thought I was being clever there for a second, but it actually just loses on the spot.
Wow. And Shach did that with seconds on the clock, finding this very neat trick. Once again, rook takes knight, will lose to queen h6 check with a double attack. Now he wants to make a knight move. Okay, so if I prevent that with c4, is that legal? I mean, it looks very, queen c5 check.
Queen c5 check would be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that looks very loose. So that's an issue.
Yeah, it's actually difficult to make a move. But yeah, at that point, I actually completely missed the point that Shach is basically playing an increment against somebody who was at the time on 4 minutes. But I think rather the very large point here is that Shach pretty much knows that he would need to completely blow up not to qualify. He's doing so well in the tournament that like he would need to start losing a bunch of games in a row not to qualify. So he can really just enjoy himself and just play every game to its fullest. He doesn't need to worry about half points. And he is such a joy to watch when he's in that mode where, you know, results among top players. I think Shach is very, like at the very, very top of the bracket in terms of people who don't really care about results all that much. But he's also doing so well that he can afford not to, which is a very powerful combination in his case.
It's very hard to see a move for black. I have to.
Yeah, I've been struggling to find a good.
He has played c4.
Yeah, the rook on d4 isn't hanging actually. Yeah, I've blanked on the fact that it's protected.
Yeah, but still, he has played queen c5 check, but it feels like there's a huge move. It'd be a big move for white now.
And now, yeah, we need to find something clever here. Do we have something clever here is the big problem.
Of course, he always has a draw. He always has queen g5 check.
Yeah. He is very safe here, and he's repeated once because he's on 14 seconds after all. So perhaps he will still play everything out, but he is definitely not obliged to push it too far. He can definitely be reasonable about these things. After round 9, by the way, there was only one player left without a victory in the tournament, and that's Erik Hansen, and he's still struggling. That piece sacrifice we were discussing a bit earlier did not really pay off, so yeah, he will still be winless after 10.
Let's just check in on Magnus.
Yeah, Harry is doing really well. Harry actually found a very nice spot to play g7, g5. And now you just put the king on g7 and you chill.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just very safe now.
He's going to do that. We have one result so far. Duda won, so he's actually in the lead at the moment with 21. Let's go back to. There we go. Didn't go back to f8. It's gone king 8.
Yeah, h7 also seems fine because h5 is a very good square for the queen, but the knight on g2 really has no good squares whatsoever. So it's just very difficult to find things to do. And Shach is avoiding the threefold, but after king h7 or king f8, frankly, he will, I think, find it very difficult to do something that he hasn't done before. Seems like it probably ends in a draw somewhere around here.
Yeah. I think we're going to end in a draw. Very.
So what do we have? What do we have running that is still?
We've got a lot running.
Interesting. A very sharp position between the Satorov's game against Naroditsky is still probably our pick because Nordebek is definitely one of the people to watch in general in world chess right now and in this tournament as well. Doing really well, actually. I very much like this position for black. The knight on d5 looks cute, but the knight on f5 is an actual powerhouse. Very difficult to touch it. I think black is significantly better.
Yeah.
You can go rook e2, rook c2. You could also start with queen e6, perhaps drive the knight away and perhaps try to launch something on the king side. Both of them on very, very low time.
Wow, yeah. 26, 25 against 17 seconds. Okay, let's stick with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Queen f3, knight h1 to queen g4 is not good. So I guess having played rook e2, I guess we're just taking, hang on, rook c2, queen d3 though. So he is, that probably, I think I know what he means. I think he wants to play knight e3 here. But my feeling is that's just a draw because knight e3, d takes e3, and queen d5 check will be a perpetual.
Right.
And if you don't play knight e3 here, what do you play? King f7 perhaps, but then you have to contend with queen b3.
Pawns are actually level.
Yeah, I mean, now we just snap take on e3, I think. I don't think white needs to pretend even on 40 seconds against 20. I don't think there is very much point in pretending you're better with knight f1 coming in. Yeah. You play queen d5 and you make a very comfortable draw there.
Yeah, queen is the wrong side.
Yeah, queen is just not where it's supposed to be for these types of positions. Let's watch until he goes queen d5 check, and then apparently Vincent Keimer in an endgame only he was really supposed to be playing for a win and is now completely busted. Yeah, this is a draw. Wow. Yeah, and David Anton, who was actually without a victory 8 rounds in, has won, I think, in the previous round and is close to beating Keimer here.
Does he just pick up the b pawn? Maybe just rook e6.
Rook e3 is not a threat, so we can play rook e6. We can play rook e4. I also like queen b1, but I guess queen b1 with king g2 still allows white some sort of stability. Rook e6 is a very healthy move. Yeah. Because actually, it's difficult to make a move and reply, right? Queen a4 is a
e4
play. Yeah, king g2. I'm assuming is going to get blitzed out. This is why I like the queen on b5 very much, because I thought it kept the white position more or less completely in stalemate. Allowing king g2, I wouldn't really be a huge fan of. I think, but we can always go back. We can go queen b5, to which I think Vincent will have to reply king f3. Yeah, exactly. And now we'll look for a better move. Queen c4. Yeah, that's probably smarter. Yes, it forces h3. Yeah, it forces h3, and now we'll look for. I mean, g6, g5 might just be made. It's maybe not such an easy move to make on 20 seconds. Yeah.
Very scary.
Yeah, if you're wrong about it, you will regret it quite severely. But it does look like it's a very strong move potentially. Just.
Oh, rook b8. Rook b8.
Ah, that's very
That's
cute. Oh, nicely done.
Okay, let's just show that. So if queen takes, then we have
Also, maybe not a very good. We sang so many praises to it, and then queen e7 happened. Ah, this is nicely calculated by Nino. Queen e7, queen c6, check. Trying to force the king to e3 and then to play rook e8. But yeah, king f4. How do we win? I guess rook e8 now. Yeah.
Oh, this is on the board.
Yeah, just rook e8 and then king g7 against any check, and the king on f4 cannot possibly survive. Yeah, it's just
okay. So he looks like he's found something very cute indeed. Just bringing the king up the board.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice conversion. Rook b8. Very nicely done.
Yeah. So I mean, if any of these, he's taken on e8.
Yeah, I mean, if you can imagine the white king already on b2 and the rook on b3 in front of it, even that is lost, to be honest. But yeah, like you just resign somewhere here. So that's 3 in a row for Vincent.
I'm looking.
He was actually leading the tournament, I think, 6 rounds in.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this game, Mittal against Rapport. I assume this is just winning for black.
It has to be, yeah. You still have to demonstrate some technique because, yeah, I'm not sure where this knight is going.
Richie,
that's towards c4 probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
towards c4. Yeah, the interesting question would be, and honestly, I don't know the answer to it, and I've already been quite surprised by the table-based answers to that during our Olympiad coverage of Little Echo. What do you think is the assessment of this endgame if you remove the g6 and f4 pawns off the board?
Do you know what? I think I was actually watching your commentary in this game.
It was a very, very crucial game in the women's Olympiad.
It was knight and bishop and a pawn.
And the a pawn against rook.
Yeah.
And that apparently is a draw.
Unbelievable.
But you have to play very precisely. And she lost it quite quickly because really only the engine will hold it comfortably.
Yeah, no, I was watching. I was staggered by that assessment, actually.
Well, it wasn't an assessment. I was reading something off my screen.
Yeah. No, I mean, well, the computer evaluation, of course.
Yeah, and Eric just posted on Twitter, playing so badly, even my mouse slips look like regular moves. So yeah, h6 was not intended.
Right.
I mean, we know Eric. Like this looked a bit too fancy to be an actual move. And honestly, his position looked very good. Like if you just recapture on d4 there, I think it was a very, very good rouser, which makes it even worse. Yeah.
We're speaking about this position, and after knight 6 d4, h6 he played instead of just recapturing.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the game is still very much in progress. Black can play, I don't know, h6, knight h7 or something, but it looks like a position you would very much enjoy playing with white. Like, why not?
Definitely. Yeah. So that's the Rapport game, which, yeah, it looks like the bishop is going to come to f5 and then the pawn on
yeah,
f4.
and the issue there is, once again, we get the same material here. Let's say we imagine both d4 and f4 disappearing off the board, but the king on d5 against the king on f4, those are completely lost. The ones that are interesting is where the white king is in front of the pawn. With the white king as cutoff, as he will be in a second.
Yeah, but
these are always lost.
But it also must make a difference that it's a knight's pawn rather than a rook's pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So okay,
looks
like
a very valid point.
Magnus has drawn.
Yeah. Not a shocker.
But excellent defense. I mean, really good defense from Hari Krishna I'm just going to go back to this position where he found
this very, very long sequence, because I'm pretty sure he actually planned it when he took on e5. And you had to find this idea, you had to assess it correctly, and then you had to calculate cleanly. And he's done all that. So yeah, extremely nicely done by Hari.
Let's just show very quickly what happened. Just a quick recap for those just tuning in. Queen a5, a precise move, looking at e1 and d5. And in this position, again, rook d5, absolutely essential, attacking the knight. And after queen takes, the key point is that black can simplify to this endgame, which Harry managed to hold actually without any problems at all.
Really without any problems whatsoever, yeah. And yeah, Richard will win this. I think maybe the last bit of intrigue in this game is whether the youngster will actually ask him to give mate with bishop and knight. Which, people do. It will not be a problem for Richard, but people do that occasionally.
Yeah, it would be a bit cheeky. A little bit cheeky.
A tiny bit, yeah.
Mind you, you could also flip it the other way and say, actually, it's kind of if you allow your opponent to demonstrate it and to give checkmate, then that's kind of generosity as well. I don't know. Depends how you want to frame it, really.
Yeah, I mean, no real moral judgment attaches to those decisions. I mean, I wouldn't, but I also am aware that grandmasters have actually failed to do it. So there are some cases on the record, very much on the record, of very strong players actually failing to do it. So if the expected value of that decision is not zero, which apparently it isn't, you're perfectly entitled to cashing in your Sklansky bucks, so to speak, by playing on.
Okay, this one's attacked. Where's that one going to spin to?
I think the cleanest is knight g2, knight h4.
Yeah.
I've actually calculated a long line, which is kind of cute, and we don't really have anything better to do because Richard has 2 minutes. So knight g2, we go rook f8, knight h4, king e1, g3, king f1, g2, king g1, king g3, rook f5. Draw? No, not a draw.
Very good.
Not a draw.
Excellent. Very nice, Peter.
So I think that's the cleanest, but you can't really throw this game with black. Like, if you do something else, it will take longer, but you will still win. Yeah, he's gone bishop before with the idea of putting knight on f5, which I also very much like, just establishing a very, very solid configuration which cannot really be shaken off, and then pushing it forward. I guess after king e1, he'll go king g2 as well, just to not let, yeah, exactly. You don't even allow the king to get to g1, so you have fewer things to calculate.
Yeah. What's he looking like? Is he looking like he's going to go to the bitter end? Hard to divine. I'm guessing he won't. I'm guessing he'll throw it in. But
yeah, I mean, we'll see. And I think it shouldn't really. First of all, it's not going to take very long. And secondly, I think, as I understand it, the round will start sort of on time for all but the 2 games involving the players in this game. So it's not going to be a hold up for the rest of the tournament.
Actually, an important victory for Richard, because he's hovering on the edge of the cut at the moment. So this will actually just bounce him up into 6th place, equal or 6th, 7th actually. So
yeah, and actually a gap is beginning to develop, right, between the people who are currently qualifying and the people who aren't.
Well, he's battling away.
Absolutely, yeah.
Doing his darndest.
Yeah, if Richard wins this, there will be a 4-point gap between him and Vincent Keimer, who is in 9th. And Vincent actually has lost 3 in a row now. He was doing really well. He was, I think, after round 5, he may have been actually in the tie for the lead. And he made a couple of draws, and then he lost with white to Aditya Mittal, then to Richard Rapport in the first game of the day today, and now to David Anton. So he needs to right the ship quite urgently.
Just a little reminder that games begin at the top of the hour, so do stick around. This one, even if it's still going, I think it's going to conclude quickly, but we have a really very intriguing matchup in the next round. Abdusatorov against Carlsen. So do stick around. That will be beginning in 6 minutes. Don't go away, folks. Even if you're not interested in this endgame, in 6 minutes, 5 minutes time, no less, we have Abdusatorov against Carlsen, and that.
And the assumption really is that the round will start on time for the rest of the field. I think this is what we were told.
But fair play to Aditya here, because
this is the best he's gotten. And this is why kind of putting it to bed immediately was so attractive to me. Like that line I showed with knight g2, knight h4 was, as far as I could tell, just winning by force, and then you don't need to get involved with any of this. And we have confirmation that Mittal's and Richard's games will start with a 10-minute delay, pretty much.
Okay, but everyone else will start on time.
Everyone else on time. And look, like now you go king f2, and I think he's actually gotten himself to a situation where you can imagine not winning this. Like king h3, rook a3, very nicely not. If you play king h3 and allow rook a3 there, I think you actually have thrown the win. So, we've gotten to a point in the game where I'm pretty sure he's still very comfortably winning, but you can start naming things, normal-looking things, which no longer win, which is a huge achievement for white, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. No, he's working really, really hard to try and save this, and that's very impressive in itself. I can imagine a lot of players, and I would probably include myself, just thinking, okay, I can't be bothered. Let's just move on.
I'm also obviously very much on the record as someone who often doesn't continue from drawn positions, let alone completely lost positions like this. So, interesting to watch, and still shouldn't probably net him that half a point that he is striving to gain by continuing here. But it's become tricky. Like you play king g3 here, white goes rook c1.
Absolutely, this is not trivial.
Yeah, the good thing Richard has going for him here is that he still is very much in control on the clock. So he doesn't have to panic. He can just play kind of calmly and try not to lose his head. But progress not really being made very much. Like rook c5 here or something, and just continue. And very much like not letting knight f5 check happen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's not allow knight f5 check and then king h2 or something.
But this is fantastic. Aditya is basically playing on the increment. He has 20 seconds left. It's very impressive. Showing real grit.
Yeah, knight f6 though is a strong move. Yeah, and now we can finally start pushing our stuff. Yeah, bishop g2 followed by king h2 followed by g3. But honestly, having watched all this, you honestly have to assume by this point that he actually plays it out.
Well, maybe.
I think he actually plays it out. We'll see.
Yeah, and frankly, I wouldn't object to that at all. That's absolutely fair enough. And it's it's very instructive for everyone to see it. So frankly, I hope that he does play out the bishop and knight against king, assuming we get there.
Yeah, like rook a3 check here, king g2, king h2 maybe, but king, this move I don't like. This is the first decision by DT I kind of disagree with, because now you will allow g3 in a very, very good fashion. And king f2, knight f6, for instance, and you just have to allow g4, g3 with tempo. Yeah, now you have to give up the rook. You know, you might as well just take on g4 right now. If you want to play it out, you might as well just take on g4 right now and kind of begin begin the final round of defense.
Okay, let's see. Let's watch his face. Richie seems to have just thrown his head back and with relief, I think.
I like the virtual backgrounds they were given. They are very trippy.
They are quite, actually.
They are very trippy.
Oh, we got a shake of the head. And he's keeping going. Fair play.
Yeah, but g2 just wins the rook here. Yeah, Richard is maybe looking for a way to queen it for free, but I don't think it exists. I don't think you can actually make it into a full queen. Yeah, just g2 and g1 and what have you.
I realize we're on the hour, so the other games are going to be starting.
They're about to start, and then we'll move on. Yeah, we'll inform the viewers how this ended, but yeah, we're not going to be covering this instead of the games of round 11.
I'd quite like to. I want to see to the end, actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, but it's not strictly speaking necessary.
No. Almost there. Here we go. It's decision time. Bishop and knight against king or not? And oh, he's playing on. He's playing on. Oh my. That's extraordinary. But why not?
I think we expected it by this point, right?
As you said, you know, given he's gone this far, then why not? I'd actually like to stick to the end. Let's see how Richie.
Let me just I'll open round 11 on a different screen because I want to see if we're missing something crucial. But yeah, Richard will win. Yeah. Okay, so maybe they're actually postponing the round a little bit because the games haven't started yet.
Actually, yeah, some games have started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing that seems. Magnus is playing. Whoa, Magnus is playing the same modern he's been playing in the past few tournaments against Abdusattorov in his game.
Okay, we just to let you know, folks, we will be joining the Abdusattorov Carlsen game any moment. We just want to see how.
Yeah, and the funny thing about this position is it's actually kind of annoying, right? When it's on the side instead of the edge of the board, because you have to kind of reorient the whole board in your mind. Like your squares are like f7 sorry, instead of f7 h7, it's g6 and g8. Like the white king gets to h8 here, and then you have to bring your knight to g6, and then the bishop goes to g8, and then returns to c4. The whole W maneuver. It's actually a little bit of a. I really badly want to use a swear word there, but I won't. But it's doing my head in a little bit. The fact that you have to rotate it.
We should explain that it's not possible to force checkmate when the king is in the opposite color corner to the bishop. You have to force the king over here. But step one, of course, is to bring the king to the edge of the board. And yeah, back he goes, of course.
Yeah, just don't play king d7 here. Important not to play king d7 here.
Okay.
Really, really important not to do that. Yeah.
Actually, I once, let me see. This was in 1990 in Reykjavik, and it was called the Visa Summit match. So Soviet Union, USA, England, and a team from the Nordic countries. And Vaganyan had bishop and knight against king, and clearly he had never studied it, and had I don't know, 5 minutes to finish it off. And it was quite funny because, I mean, there was a big crowd watching. And yeah, clear that he'd never really looked at it and had a few missteps and kind of, there were eyebrows raised. It was very, very amusing. And of course did it.
Yeah, now we're finally sort of exactly where we want. We go knight d6 here, king f8, like bishop f5, king g8, knight f7, and this one we know. It's not like it's published in books with the colors reversed, but that shouldn't really be such a big problem. Like imagining this with just black instead of white is not a problem. Yeah, knight f7 check, bishop somewhere, king f8, bishop h7. Yeah, from here on, every move will come instantaneously from Richard. Yeah, he knows. Like now he knows. The trick was just to get to that position. And yeah, okay. The way Aditya played this, he didn't even ask seemingly the one last tricky question which you could ask in this types of positions.
Running out as quickly as possible. Okay, he's resigned now. Yeah, let's just show the one last tricky question. So in this position, he went back.
And now you can play king d8, king e6, king c7. Seemingly you're running away actually, but you're not, because after knight d7 followed by bishop d3, boom, black successfully cuts off all the squares, and then it goes into the corner, and in the corner you really aren't in any trouble.
Yeah, a little technique just for those who aren't familiar. If you put the bishop and the knight on the same color square, you can see the knight controls dark squares and the bishop controls the light squares. It's just a nice.
And now round 11 is really sort of well and truly in full swing. So
here we go.
This is the modern, which Magnus is. I used to play it in a very similar spirit, but I think. Honestly, he is ad-libbing it way less than I was when I was playing the Peers. And he just kind of knows exactly what he's aiming for to a much larger extent than I was.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because we had this game yesterday between Erigaisi and Carlsen. And actually, I flicked through it with a computer. And very early on, Magnus had really bad position actually. Once it stabilized with d5, then he was okay, and then it was just highly unclear. But actually there was a moment when Magnus played d5. I don't know if you flicked through with the computer as well. Actually,
really no.
He could have just taken on d5 and it was just very clear advantage for white. So
yeah, it's not surprising. Peers is a very difficult opening to play against stronger position, because you're very often you will be running into severe trouble when people are asking the right questions. This is an interesting position though, because of course you can take on d4, but then you're giving up on d5, and then this trade probably favors black if anyone. And if you have to play bishop c4, black probably needs to invest in a6, a5. But then knight d7, knight b6 comes extremely quickly. And it also comes with a gain of a tempo.
I wonder if you can just sack this pawn.
You can, but I wanted to greed it. I kind of wanted to greed it because I think a5 followed by knight d7, knight b6 might actually be winning the d5 pawn.
Okay.
And Neutebeck actually goes for something very interesting. He chose knight h3, saying that, I understand you're trying to take on d5. I want to gain that tempo with knight f4. Drive your bishop to some weird squares, and then take on b4. The interesting question is, of course, can we take on d5 and a2?
Oh,
I assume the answer is no. Knight f4. I'm pretty sure the idea here is knight f4.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, knight f4. Yeah.
And now we take on a2, but I think queen takes b4. Very simple, not even b3. Just queen takes b4 here looks extremely strong, because we're threatening queen a4 check, and if you have to go back to e6, you will not like the resulting positions.
No. Okay, this looks.
I like knight h3. Knight h3 shows great imagination actually, because in this position you don't have good squares. Like if you think about the position after knight f4, there really aren't any squares which look great. The best might be bishop b7, but then white won a tremendous amount of time compared. because it's still hanging, and you have to invest a further tempo into queen c8, perhaps.
Okay, but let's just come back here, because let's leave the pawn there for the time being, and well, either let me go knight d7.
Then once again, my point was to play queen b4, bishop d5. I mean, knight b6, c4, you can try, but I'm not sure you will enjoy too much compensation when your bishop on b7 is locked in. You do have a tempo with a5, but I don't know if it does enough.
Maybe not. Okay.
And he's got a6, a5 immediately, which is obviously the other option.
Yeah.
But knight h3 is like an unbelievably more useful move than bishop c4. So this is clearly a very, very much improved version for knight back. You play knight f4 now, I'm pretty sure. And let's say if knight d7, we can play bishop b5. And then if the knight lands on b6, we will have at least the option of playing bishop c6. Let's say castles.
So castle.
Yeah. It's still not very clear, or perhaps I should say maybe even not very good for white, but
I have to say, I wouldn't feel unhappy with black here, because trying to control this looks rather difficult. I mean, from white's viewpoint. Let's just come back. So that's the position. Do we throw in?
Well, what else? Oh, okay. So he's actually just completely abandoning the idea of protecting d5.
Yeah.
He's played bishop h6.
Okay, so let's castle.
Okay, now at least I have things going for me, right? He's played. Whoa.
King
F4. Very interesting. Magnus does a very similar thing, but he does it to have the rook on h8, basically specifically against the plans of h4, h5, because it will do a decent defending job. Like very often in these types of like dragon type situations where white is trying to give a very straightforward mate on the king side, king g7, rook h8 will be one of the ways to defend yourself, and he is now preparing for it.
That's an incredible choice.
Yeah, and I will, because that exists and because this whole conversation has started, I will relay what our producer Tadeusz has said, that the engine actually preferred a version of that, which is bishop takes h6 and then king d7.
Really?
Just driving it as far away from the h file as possible. Just, getting it to c8 and saying, okay, once it's on c8, it's completely safe. But I don't think anybody plays like that. Like it's.
Well, funnily enough, it reminds me of a game that Yasser played a very long time ago in the 1970s, actually, where with black he played his king out like this. Well, anyway, that's another story. But no, I mean that is extraordinary.
Yeah. So the trade happened. Knight f4, knight d7 has been played. And I guess, I mean, the big question here is whether the knight is going to f6 on b6. And in terms of defending your own king side, I think f6 is much more logical. But if you put it on f6, you're not actually winning the d5 pawn, because bishop c4 will be a good reply. Also, are we actually playing h5 now that we have a rook on h8? I have so many questions. Maybe we're playing h5. g4, knight f6.
Well, I'm going to go g4, of course.
Yeah, g4, knight f6. Okay, he's just ignoring it. Okay. And then my question is, after h5, I guess we're just allowing h6 check, and we're going to be playing with this rook on h8 completely cut off, right? This is not horrible for white, maybe. Just h5, knight d5, h6 check.
Well,
Bishop c4.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a playable position. It might not be great, but it's definitely a playable position with that rook on h8 being completely out of the game.
It doesn't feel like a very Magnus way to play, does it?
Well, I mean, he'll have to now. I don't think he has a choice after h5. I'm pretty sure knight b6 was basically him committing to that position.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting that he blew past the idea of playing h7, h5 so quickly. I thought it was very much worth at least investing some time into it. Yeah, 95 played. I think h6 check probably happens. You can start with bishop. Yeah, maybe you start with bishop c4, because I don't think they can take h6 check away from us. I think it's a valid thing to consider at least. But okay, h6, yeah, normal. King f8, I think, is stronger than king g8. Probably. Not 100% certain, but probably. I like bishop c4. I don't think we can do anything smarter. I think allowing e7, e6, like after bishop c4, it's difficult for black to play knight takes f4 and e6, at least immediately, which is why I like that move.
Yeah, let's just show that. So here, there's a threat to mate and e6.
Doesn't actually, yeah, doesn't preserve that pawn. I mean, the issue for white would be knight f4, queen f4, d5, followed by queen d6. But then the rook on h8 is stupid. The bishop on b7 has been kind of killed off. We just drop the bishop back. We play, I don't know, rook d1. We try to put it on e5, put the other one on e1. And I don't know if I should be using the word pretend. Claim that we have positional compensation. Black is doing fine after queen d6 though.
And just a reminder to everyone that Norbek Abdusattorov is the current world rapid play champion. So, you know, he has proved himself already. So this is absolutely not an easy one for Magnus.
Not at all, no.
In fact, did Magnus actually lose to him in I think he did.
Yeah, that was a wild game. I just remember it was some kind of a really, really swingy wild game, which ended up, I think, going Abdusattorov's way. He is currently in third place in this tournament with Duda in the outright lead, kind of sneaking up on everybody by winning a couple of games today. He started with 2 out of 2 today. As did Shah. No, Shah drew against that crazy game. Yeah, okay.
Let's stick with this one. I mean, I know there's...
Oh, whoa. I thought that wasn't playable. Magnus replied to bishop c4 with knight b6, which is a very brave move because it sort of invites knight e6 check. Fe and let's say bishop e6 and queen f4 is coming in. I think the only way not to get mated immediately is king e8, rook f8. But I guess he thinks it's enough, right? And I guess his claim is that we just don't have enough attackers to continue trying to give mate. So bishop b5, yeah, okay, both of them agree that this doesn't work. And now that white played bishop b5, we can finally play perhaps e6, queen f6. Yeah, exactly. This is cleverly done by Magnus. I was very worried my b6 was just completely unplayable, but if it is playable, I much prefer it to the other position.
Okay, how are we going to try and generate some play here? Not so easy.
Yeah, that is a very difficult question because we've closed down the entire king side. The queen side, black is doing fine. The plan is quite simply, I think, to play queen f6, king e7, rook h d8, bring it back to f8. And then what's your compensation?
Just to say, it would have been nice to play queen g5 this one up, but queen knight, there was a discovered attack, of course.
Yeah, I think this is a clever move. Yeah, putting it on g5 and saying that if you want to activate the rook on h8, you will constantly have to calculate knight takes h7. I like this. I still like this position for black, but I think it's a very good idea to just cause some discomfort for.
I like the way that, I mean, both players are making actually really big decisions very, very quickly. You know, they're not humming and hawing and you know, brooding over these decisions. It's very practical. Okay, this is what I have to do. You just move on.
Yeah, king e7, I guess knight g5, and then you could once again just decide that it's better on the queen side than in the center and just go perhaps king d8, king c8, bishop d5, king b7. It takes a long while, but white is not going to be doing very much in response. In the meantime, Richard Rapport, who played that very, very long game against Aditya Mittal in the previous round, made a very short draw against Anish Giri in this round. And the Queen E4, Queen D4 draw in the Berlin, we don't need to show it, but just announcing it to our viewers that
and that basically sort of stabilizes their positions in the top 8. They both have 17 points, and if we look at the cut, then Vincent Keimer is on 12 points, so there is a real gap opening up now. So
absolutely, yeah.
I just want to turn to Vincent's game very quickly. That's for the standings. That's actually very important.
And that's, I assume there was a Caro, right, of some sort.
No,
well, yeah, there would be one. There's a pawn on C7. How could it? Whoa, okay, okay, not a Caro. Not a Caro. So this is, I would assume, all Adiban's fault. we know who to blame for this.
Yeah.
There's definitely some compensation here for white. I mean, I don't think we're even considering bishop takes f6. With a pawn on c2, maybe you could like spare a thought for it, but with a pawn on c4, giving black full control over that long dark diagonal, there is no way you're doing that. Yeah, I thought bishop e2 was the idea. And here, weirdly, I think it makes a decent amount of sense to try to provoke d4 if we don't lose immediately to it, like bishop, specifically wasting a tempo on bishop c5, so that we close down the bishop on b2 a little bit. Or queen b6, which is done with a similar intent, I think, which is what Vincent opted for. Also sidestepping the tempo with bishop f3.
And could be
yeah, absolutely
to play a5, a4.
Yeah, you normally you would like to play bishop e7 castles, but I think queen f3 is a very good indication that white wants to play g4, g5 very quickly. So you do have to pay attention, as is often the case in chess. Maybe you actually just bite the bullet and castle queenside, and then you just need to find a good reply to g4. Maybe, yeah, queen a5 now. I like this. Yeah, queen a5 now, stopping g5 for one move, and then playing bishop a3.
Okay, this is on the board.
Yeah, this happened, and I think queen a5 is a very decent move in this position.
Yeah, and if the dark square bishops are exchanged, then black breathes a huge sigh of relief, and just life is much easier.
Much easier. Yeah, queen a5, king b1. I mean, actually, play still continues, and the fact that this pawn on f7 is so vulnerable very much gives white, I think, reasonable hopes. Queen a5 played. I expect king b1 to be blitzed out by Arjun. Nothing else makes much sense. We're not really worried about rook takes d2, I'm pretty sure. I don't exactly know why, but I'm pretty sure we're not worried about rook takes d2. Somehow it feels a little bit too greedy to go for an additional pawn. And in any case, I think it's just so much more important not to allow bishop a3 to be an immediate bishop trade, to give us options to perhaps play bishop c3 or bishop a1 or something.
And that's the position on the board. So queen a5 played. Arjun is considering his reply. Listen, let's go back to the Magnus game.
Yes,
we will
absolutely
keep tabs on that one. But we left it around here after knight h3, and Magnus running with the king.
Yeah, he did, and Norbeck found a way to at least generate a positional idea of, you know, he created this very beautiful square on f6 for his knight. Now it's not really playable just yet, I guess, because the f3 pawn is not nothing. You probably have to protect it before you play knight f6, but you can see, okay, now we're maybe more interested because h7 is in some lines hanging. I don't know.
Okay, so Magnus is massing for the attack, and already, you know, we're starting to look at these moves. Very interesting. Brewing nicely. Magnus playing swiftly. He's got 10 minutes against Abdusatorov's, well, just under 6 minutes.
Yeah, you obviously still, I'm pretty sure you still take the side with an extra pawn. Rook c1 is a clever move because you might eventually have to play something like c2, c4, but also now bishop takes f3 doesn't attack our rook on d1, meaning that we can play knight f6, bishop takes f3, knight takes h7 quite happily, I feel. So it's a very nice sort of multi-purpose move there by Noderbek.
And of course, that's how Erigaisi played it against Carlsen. He also faced an attack on the b file and actually ended up opening things up with c3.
Yeah, you can always obviously take a kind of a pragmatic decision and take on e4 so that there is no piece that can land on f6. But that improves white's structure. That also opens up the f file for white to start doubling and creating pressure against the f7 pawn. So Magnus for now just drops the knight back to d7, stops knight f6 that way.
I'm interested in c4.
I think then he takes on e4. I think that's his plan. If you go c4 here, he takes on e4, and then if you take with the pawn, Black probably plays like c5 and starts trying to arrange the e5 square for the knight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to blunder on like this, but yeah, I mean, okay.
Yeah, we'll see. c4 is a very logical move indeed. Yeah, and it has been played. I'm pretty sure b takes c3 is not in any consideration here. I don't think it looks right. So yeah, takes. White has options here. Maybe you take with the bishop and try to play c5 and f4 and establish this kind of a long pawn structure. But fe4 looks sort of more ambitious. But yeah, he's taken with the bishop. It's an understandable decision.
Yeah,
we don't really have threats, but we have a kind of a position which Black will struggle to break open, at least immediately. White probably just wants to play f3, f4 for the time being and not commit to either c5 or d5. If you do play c4, c5 here with white, Black I think pretty much always replies to that with d6, d5, which does close down the structure very much, but it also makes Black's position extremely solid.
So
and gives Black a free rein to open something on the king's side.
So do you think Magnus should just move the rook so it's not in the beam? If you're talking about closing with c5.
No, I meant no. Black, I don't think touches anything just yet. I'm trying to figure out if White wants to play c4, c5, but I think c5, d5, while it makes the structure so rigid that it will be difficult for Black to open it up. It's still probably overall in Black's favor.
Yeah, but I'm wondering about this move.
I mean,
that's why I want.
Actually, the way the pieces are.
That's what I mean.
This makes a ton of sense. Yeah.
That's why
Knight c5 maybe. Knight c5, d takes c6. Yeah, but maybe this is not great. Maybe I play like rook a6. I prepare it for one move. I very much like starting with f4. I think f4 is never going to be a mistake in this.
Okay, and he played f4.
Yeah, a3 we obviously always play b3. It does make the idea of opening up the long dark diagonal a much scarier proposition for White now, because if we remove the pawn from d4 and the queen ever lands on that diagonal, you have to be on constant watch out for the queen landing on b2. Can we actually see yet another king march here?
What?
No, I mean the white one towards g3.
Oh, the white one. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be.
Be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not very safe on g3. It's a kind of a fancy idea, and it would be extremely cool to just have a game in which both sides at one point or another just went for a very long king march. But the issue is you get it to g3 and then Black eventually plays f6 and you think, why did I think this was safe?
Yeah. Magnus investing a bit of time here because it's a little bit tricky. I keep wanting to move that rook from a8.
Mm-hmm.
Just
rook a6, or I think a6 is probably the most natural square just to be prepared for some eventualities if white starts opening things up. And the time also equalized a little bit, with Magnus still ahead, but not by as much, not nearly as much. It's only a minute now. In other events, I've been trying to keep an eye a little bit on the other games. Gukesh is pressing against Shahryar, which could be interesting.
Yes. The knight just kind of holding things together, but obviously white's piece is looking very...
Yeah, you will actually lose the e6 pawn now. The question is whether black maybe can use that to generate some counterplay on the queen side, but I don't see immediately how. Like, you have to play rook d8. White can actually take on e6 and will take on e6.
c6 looking terrible. Okay.
Yeah, White has things under control here, and also an extra pawn, which is not irrelevant at all.
Let's go back to the Arjun Aragaisi Vincent Keimer game, because that is looking really sharp.
He's gone a4. That's a very interesting move. Yeah, just stopping bishop a3 the hard way, and yeah, somehow, yeah, c5 e5, so d5 e5 bishop d3. So Arjun is playing for some kind of domination there. The threat currently is bishop f5 check. Let's say d takes c4. It's very beautiful, actually. We give a check on f5, king b8. We give a check on e5, king a8, bishop f4.
Oh,
hello.
Hello, goodbye.
Hello and goodbye. Yes.
Very nice. That's bishop's looking good there. So what do we do? And yeah, got to watch out, because of course
can actually. I think we can actually play d5, d4 though, right? Because if I have bishop d2 there.
Oh, there's bishop d2.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because yeah, if check here, very, very important.
Yeah, I have bishop, very, very relevantly. We have bishop d2, which appears to be saving our bacon a little bit. But you have queen g3, queen c7, maybe.
Queen g.
It's some after bishop f5. Maybe even here. Maybe even here.
Queen g3. So now that starts to look uncomfortable.
Oh no, chat has actually worked it out. And shout out to my old friend Andrei Terehov, who is d4 bishop c1 wins a piece immediately without bishop f5 check. Very importantly, because bishop d2 queen f5 check.
Ah, of course.
Wins a piece here.
And this one, okay, we've got,
yeah, like in some order, bishop f4, bishop f5. It doesn't win immediately because knight d7 exists, but it looks extremely scary.
Yeah, but not the end of the road.
Not the end of the road, no. Like queen e7, bishop f5, knight d7. I don't know. We don't actually have an immediate follow-up, but it looks interesting at least. And you have to, like, if you settle on d5, d4, I think you make it with a very, very heavy heart, because you feel that like one miscalculation in any of these lines probably ends the game for you.
Yeah.
But do we have anything better is the big question. Maybe knight e4. Yeah, knight e4 is what I was looking at. But I think the idea, yeah, exactly. White just takes on f7. The king has a very safe square on a2, or at least a somewhat safe square on a2.
Keimer under a minute as well.
Yeah.
Very desperate straights for him.
Yeah, Arjun is doing a very, very good job of creating a lot of problems for Vincent to solve in very, very little time. You can go knight c3 check, I assume. An extremely brave man could take on g4 in this position, but it looks kind of insane. And then just drop the knight back to d6 and claim we have everything protected. But once again, like if I had 10 minutes here to calculate, maybe I could do something like this. But on a minute, queen takes g4, I think, is a move that it briefly crosses your mind and then you forget it ever existed.
Played it. He's played it.
Nice. Or not nice. I don't know. Brave. I will say it's very brave. I really don't know if it's a good move, though.
Well, I mean, we can say that. So your idea is this, and then blockading here.
Just play knight d6. Yeah, you do have queen takes g7. I'm probably not better anymore.
Well, I was going to say, what
actually, queen g7, queen f3 maybe wins a piece.
Oh,
somewhat shockingly, this might actually be winning for black.
Okay, well, okay, let me try.
CD5, he played bishop c3.
Could play this.
Whoa, queen e6 I think is probably the best move there, but knight e6 hasn't happened because he chose bishop c3. He's really keeping everything in flux in this position, which is kind of very, very impressive. Is he threatening queen g2? You know, he might be, despite all the checks from f5 or e6. I think we just run with the king.
Well,
in
again,
response.
White isn't worse if you exchange.
Well, d3 is hanging.
D3
right?
is hanging.
And rook h8, rook d8 comes back. Yeah, so you're not actually queening the e-pawn either.
Okay, I beg your pardon. I missed the bishop was hanging.
Yeah, Arjun is on 4 minutes, so he will. I think he should actually invest a lot of time in this position, trying to solve it, trying to find something good.
What looks good though?
And there's a very cute tactic there pointed out by our esteemed chat again. You can play rook c1, and after bishop takes b2, you have rook takes c5, which is
very nice,
very clever.
Wow,
very clever.
So after rook c1.
Yeah, this is why I wanted knight d6. This is like I wanted my pieces on safe squares. I didn't really want to calculate things like rook c1 blade.
Oh,
this is going to be tough on 20 seconds.
Okay, how's Vincent looking now?
You can maybe still play knight d6 and hold. Yeah, I think you're supposed to play. Hang on, queen e7 maybe. This is so scary.
He's down to his final seconds.
I think you have to play knight d6. King takes b2. Arjun didn't see rook c5. That's actually surprising. I was pretty sure he played it with the idea of playing rook c5, but no, king b2 played. Can we stable? Yeah, now we go king b8. Now we okay, and queen e7. King b8 is actually a blunder and he's lost, yeah.
Oh. Sure.
Yeah, Arjun is a beast.
Incredible. Well, he piled the pressure on.
Yeah, and you can throw in queen 8, queen e8, or even queen f8 probably is mate actually. Queen f8, king g7, bishop b4, and you give mate from there. But queen takes c4, of course, wins very, very easily as well. It's a matter of taste now. Probably wait for a move here, but then we can switch to something else.
Yeah, but it's impressive that he's not just snapping off the knight and just playing an endgame. But as you pointed out, this is pretty serious.
Yeah, he's gone for a middle. Well, I mean, he kept the queens on here. We don't have to watch this. He's on 3 minutes against increment and a full extra piece. It's not very intriguing.
That will cement Arjun's place in very much at the top.
Yeah, and it also it's like it will sound harsh, but Vincent is in a lot of trouble now in terms of qualifying. That's actually 4 in a row, which really does feel like maybe something is just kind of wrong off the board.
Let's go back to Abdusattorov against Carlsen. We left around here in a very tense position.
So d5 did happen, and Magnus reacted with cd5. And why didn't take on e6? f5. Okay, so he is playing it in a very, very ambitious fashion here. Is Nordebeck. Bishop c2, king b7. We can actually take on b4. Isn't white completely safe and maybe better now?
I don't know. I mean, there were so many questions over those last few moves, to be honest. I'm just kind of
we just have to start from here. Like there's no way we can make sense of any of it. Now we take on b6, and the big question is, can we actually afford to play b3, b4? Because queen b4 check is a very safe position, but then the pawn runs and you probably don't win. My question, this I think probably ends being a draw. My feeling is because you don't have much more than a perpetual, and if you allow the pawn to reach e2, you're really not playing for a win. So the interesting bit was, since he has 3 minutes, can we just go back one move and play b3, b4 here?
Okay.
The point being, I want to play queen e3 check next, and I want to actually take that e4 pawn off the board.
Okay, and what if
e3? I mean, bc is a check, right? So it's a piece.
Yeah,
it's a piece. Like, and I struggle to believe this will be enough, right? And the way he's doing it quite interestingly, because he gave a check and he played queen takes a3, which means that there's knight b7. I'm being overexcited.
Okay, so
I thought queen a7 was trading queens, but it's not because knight b7 exists. So queen a5 check, king b8. This doesn't look right to me. This feels to me like a way to play for a loss, so to speak, because you don't even have a perpetual, because knight b7 will be an option against all of these checks. And then you somehow have to deal with that pawn on e3. And g5 is always hanging as well. So like if you play queen e1, I can start by playing queen takes g5 and then go from there. So yeah, I think queen b4 check may have been less than precise. And I'm very deliberately trying not to check what the engine says about all of this, because it's a very cute, interesting, and
he's going to blockade now.
Yeah, you play bishop d3, I suppose, and if queen takes g5 happens, you have queen e8 check, and then you're probably not in any trouble. I may have oversold the vastness of the issues facing white here. You can throw in fg as well, because bishop d3, I'm a bit worried about g6 takes f5. And then f4, f3, and so on. A little bit worried at least, yeah. Gukesh, in the meantime, has won his game against Shahriar Mamidarov, so very nicely done by him. Bishop d3 played. Oh no, f6 and bishop d3 played. So he threw in f6 instead of fg6. And bishop d3 here, which makes a ton of sense, because now giving up on f7 is an even riskier proposition.
Yeah, so queen g5 check and takes on f7. Yeah.
Oh, he's gone for it.
Wow.
I mean, he probably picks up a bishop there, right? If you play queen e8, king a7, the question becomes: you definitely have a perpetual with queen a4.
Yes.
Like queen a4 makes an immediate draw, so white is risking nothing. But the question is, can we take on f7 and try to play for a win?
Okay, let's go for it.
Check, I suppose. We go b2, a3. I'm pretty sure. If we want to play for a win, we have to land on a3. Let's say queen f2. And now that, like e2, I want to take and play, let's say, queen e7. But it's still a perpetual, right? Like queen d2 or something. Or queen a6 and then something. But like queen d2, just to have a5, d2 as squares.
Okay, and if I play queen c7, does that make a difference? Just to control a5?
Yeah, to control a5 and c1.
Yeah,
that's these positions are really strange, right? Because black is a...
He's actually played b4.
Yeah, that's very confusing. Oh, okay, so queen f6, he says I'm better after queen takes e3, or at least running 0 risks. Also, he's giving himself some... And Magnus took on h6.
And of course, the b pawn controls the knight.
Mm-hmm. So once again, we obviously have a perpetual here with queen a4, queen e8. So like he does this in the full knowledge that he is running no risks as long as he doesn't take on f7. But if we take on f7, it really doesn't feel like we're playing for a win. I think he probably, like with, issues a sigh of regret and then goes queen e4 check here.
Okay, but let's have a look at queen f7, because
sure. H1.
Yeah.
G2. And I think very annoyingly, I will even play queen d2 first.
Queen d2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's gone king c2. He actually is very insistent on playing this for a win.
And wow, fair play. And now he's under a minute. That's really something.
I'm still like I'm very confused as to why queen h2, queen d2 is ever going to be worse for black.
Okay.
I have so many checks, and f7 is still alive with him.
Does he want to bring the queen back here?
How is this a winning attempt? Yeah, but then you have no threats. I can even go h5, h4, for instance. I understand my knight on b7 is stupid, but I do have a ton of pawns which are running towards the queening squares.
Yeah.
I don't think this is ever going to be fast enough. So queen d2 hasn't been played yet. I mean, if you want to play for a win, maybe you play queen e5 right now, because that actually stops the perpetual.
Excuse me, where?
Queen e5.
Queen e5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which maybe actually forces queen takes f7, and then we can win that bishop. And then the question is, are we better or not? I suspect we're still not better because the f-pawn is too strong. But we always have a perpetual. Like, once again, any square here, e7, I guess. Queen d3, king b2. The knight on b7 is so dead.
Queen e5 played.
Yeah, queen e5 played. I think you have to snap on f7 now, because if you don't, I really do think you run a tremendous amount of risks. He's gone queen e7. But, like, now I go h5. Now I go h5 and I start on the other one.
Okay, so what happens if I run that one?
Also d5 is hanging at some point, maybe. Let's try h4 for the time being. a5, h3, a6, queen takes d5.
I assume bishop c4.
Yeah, but that should be a perpetual right after queen d1 check. Because I have d1, d2, I have all these squares. I don't think I'm ever losing this.
Yeah, fair enough.
He's played queen d4. Yeah, in the meantime, a tragic blunder in seemingly a very, very good position ended Niels's game against Daniil Naroditsky. I think he just blundered a full rook there. We're not switching, just kind of an update for our viewers. Bishop b5 played. Yeah, I think, yeah, maybe we don't have much apart from this perpetual, but we're like, black risks nothing whatsoever. And like, I'm sort of conflicted about all of this, because I want to say this is a very admirable display of fighting spirit. But, you know, the old fart in me also wants to point out that if not taking a draw gives you 0 winning chances and some losing chances, I'm not sure this fighting spirit is necessarily only to be admired, you know. You know, like queen c1 check, king b3, queen d1, we're not winning this position with white. And maybe there is something stronger. I'm not sure what, but maybe there is something stronger. So yeah, I'm not sure I can actually commit to a full-throated endorsement of this.
But, well, just overall, I mean, this game has been fantastic.
Yes.
With, you know, such a kind of exchange of ideas and both players showing real enterprise, actually. I think
it's incredibly exciting to watch. I just think that maybe Noribek is overdoing it a little bit. Like, if on move 50 he actually plays queen a4 check instead of whatever it is that he played, I don't think anyone will fault him for, you know, lack of imagination or lack of fighting spirit or lack of anything, really.
Fair enough. Yeah.
It's not like this game was boring until then and he just decided to spice it up, you know?
Yeah. So, yeah, I should sum that up for those kind of tuning in. Basically, Noribek had a draw by perpetual. Very clear. So he's,
after an incredibly complicated game, which he played really well. So yeah, and now Magnus is very understandably trying to win it. King a4 will be played, queen c2 check. You have to go back to a3, and yeah, once again, Magnus has a draw by queen c3. You can win the bishop with e2. but then white takes, put the bishop, puts the queen, I guess, steal the best square is e7, and the knight on b7 is so completely cut off from the game that you probably still have to give the same perpetual somewhere, because the f-pawn is about to queen, and I still don't see any improvement over it. It's very difficult to play with only the queen here. Yeah, you could. Oh, okay. So Magnus really is also going all out to continue. Yeah, but now takes queen e7, I assume, and yeah, just go back b2, b3. You stay on the b2, b3 squares, and even if you unpin the knight on b7, it still has no squares to do anything proactive. So I think you give a perpetual here with black. You have queen g5 though. Whoa.
Let's see. Will Magnus
you have queen g5. And then maybe you can find a template. Whoa, yes. Yes.
Incredible.
Yeah, these guys are very good at the game and also very, very good at not accepting that the game is over.
Exactly. I mean,
this is fantastic to watch.
Tough, really tough.
What I said earlier was not a complaint. It was just like objective evaluation should matter a little bit at some point, but maybe not. Maybe it's just, you know, old school thinking, which should just be kind of consigned to the dustbin of history. Evaluation, what evaluation? Like, there's a game of chess to play.
Yeah. Okay. And if I don't know. Okay, let's move the queen. I'm trying to find a sensible square. Okay, he's played just queen f8, and here. Does it change anything?
So how do we make any progress here? We can include d6, d5, but d6 doesn't seem like a square that will actually win us the game. So he's just gone h5, and white has to play f7, and white is still 2 moves away from actually queening this pawn. You can play knight d8, but you're not winning. Oh, hang on. Can we play knight d8 and then give checks in such a way that we take on f7? We can do that, right?
Knight d8.
Maybe knight d8, and then like try to play queen d5 check, knight takes f7. But queen takes d6 is probably
after knight d8 take here.
Queen d6, and I don't have any sensible checks. Queen e3, king a4, and it's a draw.
Now Magnus down to 15 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, and chat informs us that queen f8 was a blunder and h5 was a re-blunder, and it's back to being a draw, but Magnus was basically winning for 1 ply, but we don't know why, and we're honestly not going to check. Like, I'm not checking why that was a mistake. And yeah, the statement in chat that chess is too hard, I sincerely endorse after watching a game like this. Okay. So that actually was a somewhat human way of winning there, which I can sort of understand. Apparently he had time enough, yeah, after queen f8. We're not going to show the entire line, but like move 64. The idea here is after queen f8 to bring the queen on to the e6 square with checks.
Okay, we're assuming this is going to end in a...
Yeah, this will be a draw, I guess. Yeah. So after queen f8 on move 64, the dream, and I guess the achievable dream here, is you get the queen to e6 with checks, and then you play d5, knight d6.
I see. Okay.
But that is very difficult.
Right.
Also, I'm not entirely sure why it's even possible. Why can't I keep my queen, my king on the dark squares? But yeah, apparently the engine does win it by using that plan. But very, very difficult on extremely low time after a complicated game like the one they just played.
Well, Magnus isn't giving up. He's giving a load of checks, and he's still trying.
He will continue looking for ways to maybe improve somehow.
Let's have a quick look. Let's have a little look at. Oh, we've got so many results are in. So Arjun, yeah, we saw beat Keimer. Eric Hansen beat Vidit. Gukesh beat Mamedyarov. Duda looking very good for him. He defeated Hari Krishna.
Yeah, Duda is basically nailed on by this point, and very, very nice to see that Eric actually won a game because he was, I think, the last person in the tournament without a victory until this round, but he is finally on the scoreboard.
So we've got Duda on 24, Erigaisi 21, Mamedyarov 20, Abdusattorov still playing. Gukesh
will be on 19, we assume, and yeah, Magnus continues from here. Yeah, it's very, very nice to watch, right? He just goes into a queen ending and will continue. He's not really better in this queen ending because I think it's a draw, even if you imagine this h-pawn already on h3, but it's not, and I don't think it gets there because of just how many checks white can give in response. And also as white, I think we just start pushing. We just go b4, b5 here. And go.
But incredible, he still found a way to play on.
Yeah,
there is a clear gap opening up between 8th and 9th place, basically the cutoff. So Giri Rapport on 17. And
it's not even, Vincent is not even in 9th anymore, and with 4 losses in a row, very, very difficult period for the young German superstar there, losing the last round yesterday and then losing all 3 games today so far. A very, very tough day for him.
So I mean, Naroditsky and Keimer need to do something pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, it feels like you have to win out from here, and you also have to hope that some of your opponents are actually those people on 17, and you beat them in direct encounters. Slightly like this cross table looks a bit unfortunate in terms of in terms of tomorrow. Yeah, this game will now be a draw. Yeah, for Magnus has to give this perpetual because he's not even faster really on the king side compared to the queen side. Yeah, and the game has been finally drawn. Very, very exciting game in which I assume there were many, many shifts in evaluation, but generally speaking, I think incredibly well played.
Brilliant fight. Games, the next round.
Hang on a second, there's still one game running.
Oh,
David Anton is still playing against Aditya Mittal.
Okay, let's just go there. I was going to say games will begin at the hour. But
they will, yeah, but not for those 2 guys probably.
This one could run.
Yeah, is this even winning for white? Maybe it is because you're kind of in Zugzwang now. Yeah, this is very nicely done by David because you want to play King G6, but that immediately loses to E3, E4, and then F5.
Very nice.
And if you can't play King G6 there, you have to allow King F6, and then eventually you will start running out of squares. Those positions generally don't hold.
Yeah. Okay, that looks pretty good.
Yeah, if you want to take a short break, you can. I can maybe try to talk about the moves as they come in, so as not to abandon this game altogether. And I'll mend the fort for a bit here.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, because I can feel.
Yeah, hang on a second. I can also actually. I can drive for a bit as well if you press accept there. Okay, excellent. Yeah, this is the last game of the round. The bishop now will get to the C2 square. Hang on a second. Can I actually move stuff?
I'll be back very shortly. I need a fresh brew.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the Aditya had to transfer the bishop from this diagonal to this diagonal, but now I think it's pretty comfortable for David. Yeah, you go rook b7, you go king e5, you go f5, you drop this king back, you play e5, and so on. And black is basically completely helpless to stop any of that. Also, many of these positions are just Zugzwangs, and now he had to play bishop d1. I think the simplest is just to play e5, king g5, f5, f6, a6, and so on. This is going nowhere. This pawn never ever reaches the b2 square. And this was actually kind of a quirky opening that seems to be quite popular in this tournament. Actually, this is more usual. We've seen a lot of knight f3, e3, and b3 lines in this tournament with the pawn back on d2. But this is more normal, and looked fairly okay for a while for black. But yeah, this type of a position, I think, is never going to be very enjoyable. I think maybe betraying a little bit of lack of experience there for the young Indian star. And yeah, endgames like this are just always going to be extremely unpleasant due to the massive number of weaknesses on the light squares, and also your bishop being heavily restricted by your own pawns here for black. And it's unsurprising that Aditya wasn't able to actually equalize it. He made a good fist of it. This actually looks actually no, because the rook got caught in the corner. Yeah, that's how he was an exchange down. And yeah, the game is effectively over. You can just play e6 here. There's not very much point in continuing from here. e6 just wins everything. So after this round, the standings really do, as I was pointing out, the standings really do look very settled. Unfortunately, what am I missing there? Why wasn't that was maybe no? I still don't understand. Why wasn't e6 just completely winning here? What could he be possibly? Okay, I mean f6 is still very good. Doesn't matter. It's a matter of taste. f6 also wins on the spot, and in fact, black just resigned here. And I use the word unfortunate there to mean only one thing: that tomorrow, in terms of intrigue as to who qualifies for the knockout phase, unless some very big changes happen, and actually David Anton now with that victory, he jumps over Daniel Naroditsky into clear ninth, only 3 points behind Richard and Anish. This is still 3 points with 4 rounds to go, which is quite a big gap. And we could see a situation tomorrow where, with 1 round to go, the only real question remaining is who plays who in the quarterfinals, which is also a very interesting question, because you could get some very interesting matchups. And also, it's obviously very unusual to see Magnus as low as currently in 6th place, tied 6th with Gukesh. But yeah, the gap between 8th and 9th is not something you want to see with 1 day to go in this particular format, because the last day is at its most exciting when there's like three people vying for that last qualifying spot. And this might not happen in this particular event. We shall see, though. What do we have for round? Let me just relinquish control. What do we have for round 12, for the last round today? And actually, games I think have already begun, which is curious. We have Magnus playing against Niels Grandelius. That game will start a bit later, I guess. Duda playing Abdusatorov. Duda actually leading the tournament by 3 points now. He really kind of snuck up on everyone there. Lots of interesting pairings for the last round, but
Peter, do you want to take a short break?
I think I'm okay. Actually, I have water and.
Okay, you're fine.
I think I'm fine. Let's dive in, because I think games are, at least some games are already in progress in that last round. At least on my screen they were.
Oh, okay. Let me just. Oh yeah, we have some moves already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so where should we should probably look at games which are important for the qualification, for the cutoff.
Mm-hmm. That would be, I guess, specifically David Anton, in particular, if he's playing somebody who he can beat and knock off their porch to replace as a potential qualifier. His game is still not started yet, because he was one of the very last to finish, I guess.
Okay, well let's begin with Anish Giri and
that one is very quirky, because if we go through it, it's a very modern way of treating the Caro. This line of knight f3, d5, d3 has become very topical, and I think it's probably a good choice against Daniel specifically, because I suspect if you want to equalize, you actually do have to play that endgame. And I think Dania is probably stylistically not a huge fan of having the queens off the board by move 5.
It's very hard for me to fathom that White can seriously play this one for the advantage. Actually, I have to say.
And it's but you do know it's true, right?
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah. It was exactly the same for me. And then I watched some games and I realized, no, they're not kidding. And yes, they can actually become, you know, they can actually get somewhere here with White. If you autopilot here for like 5 moves, you will be significantly worse. Like if you play it on knight of, let's just show something. Knight of 6, they go knight fg2. I think the main move, knight bd2 exists, but I think the main move is knight fg2. Let's say you play e5 here. White goes f3, you play it on bishop b7, White goes knight c4, you play knight bd7, White goes a4.
Yeah.
Incredibly unpleasant position already. Bishop e3, c3, b4, king c2, knight bd2, your pieces are going nowhere. The bishop on c8 got locked in by the knight on d7, playing knight b6 will be almost impossible. Like legitimately maybe a properly bad position.
Yeah, it's
and we've not done anything remarkably bad, right? We've just developed some pieces.
We were discussing this pawn formation actually the other day from the Philidor, and where White's knight was on c3, and remember we were talking about how these squares were controlled, and actually knight a4 came, and actually
but
White
it's not, here it's not b1.
Very, very different, of course, with the knight on b1, which can often come to c4.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's the big difference.
And Dania in response played queen c7, which is one of the ways to like do nothing for a move and ask for a decision from White. I have never seen this particular approach, e5, c5, c4, but it looks very, very interesting. And this is, by move 7 already, this is just such a non-standard structure.
I mean, sorry, this pawn should be on d4.
It should be on d4, shouldn't it? But if it was on d4, White would probably be much better, but it's not yet. And you can still make moves. Yeah, bishop b4 is an interesting option here. But now I guess you can take on f6 and play rook c1, and it's a very committal option as well by Dania. You can start with rook c1, but I want to cash in my bishop takes f6 chips while the cashing in is good, because maybe knight bd7 comes and we never actually get a second chance.
Yeah, why not?
Just play rook c1, and try to play, I don't know, a3. Maybe g3, bishop g2 somewhere.
And
I'm not a fan. I think White got quite a bit of something here out of the opening.
And yet again, this is an example of a system which, 2 or 3 years ago was virtually unknown. And yet this has, I'm talking about d3, and yet this has become fairly standard.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very, very serious question. Yeah, to which people are now supposed to have some kind of a proactive answer.
Yeah.
I've had an occasion to actually look at this a little bit recently because a good friend of mine is playing this with White. I wasn't planning to do it myself, but he was kind of asking me for some advice against some of the replies, and it's remarkable how tricky it becomes for Black if you don't know exactly what you're doing. Like you make some normal moves after d3, and suddenly by move 10 it's a very, very unusual position in which you're not equalizing.
Yeah.
You're just actually not equalizing. It's not like you get a playable position with White. You always get a playable position with White in this line. You're just better in many cases.
I'd like to go to the game between Vincent and Vidit Gujarati, because, well, we know that Vincent, he's in 11th with 12 points, so he really needs to...
He needs to win. And Vidit is even more out of the running, I feel, than Vincent. He really did not have a good tournament so far.
Okay, Vincent playing once again very pragmatically.
Yeah, you can call it that, or you can. Yeah, I mean, this is a strange one. I played the Colle a lot as a kid, but you do develop this bishop to d3. Like, it's very difficult for me to figure out why it's been developed to e2. I guess what you're saying is I'm playing a kind of a slow Meran. I'm actually not pushing for the e3-4 break. I'm doing the other things you normally do in the Meran, which is, as you will see, d takes c5 and then bishop b4, bishop b2.
So this is rather curious, because this is not the only system that where Vincent is basically, he's playing with white, but actually he's playing a system that is commonly played with black, but with the tempo up. And he's also done this by playing the English and going into a reverse
d3, a3, the Najdorfs, yeah.
Fascinating.
It is an interesting approach, yeah. And you have to wonder, when he was playing those Najdorf positions, I'm pretty sure that was part of the plan. I'm pretty sure that was sort of intentional and done consciously. This one, I'm less certain. It feels like maybe he is on a little bit of a tilt and just, you know, playing to play something. But honestly, specifically from him, maybe even this is something that he discussed with his mentor, Peter Lecco, and they decided that this is a playable approach for rapid games. From what I know about Vincent, and from what I definitely know about Peter Lecco, you know, they really aren't the people to just randomly punt in the opening in some unexplored ways. I think they take openings very, very seriously.
Okay, so how do we assess this one? I mean, you know, I'm looking at White's pieces here and thinking, well, that looks pretty nice. I understand, you know, Black has made a little bit of progress here. I'd like to run the H-pawn up the board, but actually, you know, these pieces look pretty good.
It's interesting because you feel like, and yeah, I made a mistake of the chat got minimized and it was not blocking the bar. So I brought the chat back up and the chat is currently correcting my English, which always makes me incredibly flustered. Correctly correcting my English as well, which is unusual. Normally they're just wrong, but they're not wrong this time, which is very upsetting.
I regularly get upbraided for apparently making mistakes. This is, I find it quite extraordinary.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you this one. If I said to you, Peter, let me have a little slurp of tea,
yeah,
would you say that the word slurp is, quote, a negative? I was asked, please stop saying slurp. This is a negative word. That's the exact word, negative. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I can understand where the sentiment comes from. Like,
I can't.
It's
well, I'll tell you why. Because I think negative is absolutely incorrect as a description. You can say it's colloquial, but it's not negative. I mean, I would say slurp is a very cozy word. It's a comforting word. It's onomatopoeic, but it's not negative. I mean, this is extraordinary.
You know, I actually have an answer to all of that, but
please,
this is supposedly a family-friendly show, and I'm probably not supposed to give that answer.
Yeah, go on.
Let me put it this way. I feel like you're one of the rare people on this earth who probably isn't very worried about other people looking at your internet search histories. And I'll stop there.
What? I don't even.
Well, we can discuss it. We can discuss it later.
Okay, please. But I just don't think it's a negative word. I think, you know, slurp is. Okay. All right. I get where you're
moving swiftly on, because I think we're actually kind of sailing pretty close to the wind here.
Okay, right. It took me a moment to actually even twig what you were going on about there. But anyway, not negative for me. But no, I just the general point that yeah, people I'm corrected in inverted commas quite often, and I find it quite extraordinary, and often, dare I say it, by those who don't have English as their first language. Oh. I realise that English
Yeah,
is...
we are establishing very, very sound credentials as grumpy old men here.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
It's good because that's what we are. But maybe it's, you know, this bit is probably it's played out by this point.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, I'm fascinated by language, as you are too.
Yeah, as I am. Yeah, but
so I'm always very interested in discussing it. But I just find it absolutely fascinating. But also the English is now, you know, it doesn't belong to England or Britain or America or wherever. It's just completely international, and there are so many different varieties and so many different opinions. I mean, I found that very, very interesting in itself. But anyway, a bit like Latin, you know, completely breaking apart after the fall of the Roman Empire, and that's basically happened. Anyway, that's another view.
This has become very sharp in the meantime. There have been some trades. White used a little bit of a little tactic there a couple of moves ago to trade the bishop on e6 for the bishop on b2, which strategically makes a ton of sense. But the queen on b2 is a bit annoying. It's sort of generating some potential threats, and also the knight on d6. It looks beautiful, perhaps, but it can also be like if black goes rook a8 and rook e7, the knight on d6 might feel a bit vulnerable. Very interesting position. Very interesting position to discuss here. Queen d4 is a very logical continuation here. The big question for me is, can we actually take on a2? How dangerous is just going for that little pawn grab?
Okay, let's do it.
I suppose rook a4 is the immediate follow-up. And then I have queen e6, but it's not as comfortable as I would like it to be because bishop c4 exists. So maybe queen c2. So rook a4. And yeah, my question here, do we have anything better with white after queen c2 than actually going back to c4 and sort of offering a draw?
Right.
Because if you take on a7, I think I will be quite happy. Like, first of all, it might be losing to take stakes in queen d2. But even if not, even if I just take and play h5, I think I'm quite happy with that.
So this is on the board.
Yeah, and Vincent, honestly, he badly needs a win in this game in terms of his tournament standings. But I think after 0 out of 3 in the first 3 rounds, he might actually decide that, you know, you have to stop the bleeding and just sort of get off air. Just see, very simply, just end this game. Go for a walk, you know, breathe a bit of air.
Yeah, I mean, the bishop on h3 is a pretty serious piece.
Yeah.
This makes life very difficult, of course.
In the meantime, Magnus apparently is in trouble in his game. I can't really see who he's playing. Whoa, what happened there?
Okay, let's go from the top. So Magnus with white against Niels Grandelius.
Yeah, another occurrence of that position again. This is just a position of the tournament somehow. Everybody's playing it.
There's a rash. There's a rash of this variation.
And yeah, a6. We have seen Shah play bishop d7, knight c6, but we also seen this. And he just missed d4. Well, I mean, missed maybe is wrong, but he allowed d5, e4, and now after ef3, bishop f8, knight c3 is probably what he missed. Yeah, you have to assume this is what he missed. And now knight e2 and fg2 is a very cute little.
We're going to put it on the board. There we go.
Absolutely, yeah. So he had to go back to b2 and play fg2, rook e1. But honestly, the position, I understand that this is probably not ideal, but it doesn't look clear at all because the pawn on g2 actually works as a pretty decent shield for the white king. And black doesn't actually have a pawn on g7. So you can imagine the bishop on b2 playing a very major role in the rest of this game. Although, I guess eventually you can play f7, f6 and blunt it a little bit. How would you proceed here?
Developing my knight on b8.
Yeah, I think knight d7 just kind of asks to be played. But then after knight e4, Yeah, or this one. Knight e4 also seemed, though maybe knight e4, queen e7. I don't know.
I'm looking out here.
Yeah, are we actually creating a threat?
I don't know. I mean, I was just, if I'm hit, then I'm going to come here, and you never know. On a good day, I might be able to swing the knight to g4.
That is a fair point. That is a fair point.
Where have we got? I can't. Let me just find where we are. Okay, that's still the position.
He's still thinking about 97, and I understand that maybe he is looking for something cleaner.
By the way, coming back to Vincent's game, Vidit just brought the queen back to e6 instead of playing queen c2.
Ah, so he actually is playing for a win here. Yeah, I thought queen e6, queen e7 was a little bit too passive, but Vidit is also not doing well in the tournament at all, and for him as well, draw here does absolutely nothing. So I very much understand this decision. And also maybe the queen e7 is just fine. Yes, the f7 pawn looked kind of vulnerable, but how do we follow it up? Like Black wants to go rook d8, perhaps h5, and then maybe even queen g4 will start becoming an issue eventually. Yeah, so maybe a very understandable decision to, be ambitious here instead of just taking the repetition.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but also it's very vulnerable, actually.
I'm struggling to find follow-ups. Like I can play rook d1, but the biggest threat I can think of creating is maybe rook takes a7, and rook takes a7 really is kind of irrelevant. Even if you do win it, like it doesn't do all that much. Also, rook d1 does allow queen g4 because you no longer have bishop e2.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, solid decision by Vidit. Very solid decision. Yeah, b6. Yeah, you can sort of understand that, but you have to have a reply to a6, right?
I'm just pointing this out. That's awkward.
Yeah, I actually missed queen takes a4 existed. I will be honest with you, but
okay, a6 plate.
Yeah, and bishop b5, the queen will drop back to b8 to d8, and then rook a5. So what is he? Is he trying to swing it over to g5?
That's very interesting. Yeah, that introduces new possibilities. I mean, I suppose you can play. I mean, it might be a tidy move to make anyway.
Yeah, h6 was a very natural response to it as well, because rook g5 could have become a problem. It's in some positions like rook d8. I'm interested in what the move is against rook d8 specifically, because rook g5 queen d6 doesn't work quite clearly. Knight b7 exists. Okay. I figured it out.
I see. Yeah.
I figured it out. Okay, then we probably do invest in h6 for the time being. I think it's
one second.
Oh, it does. Yeah. Sorry, I'm losing. Yeah.
I can hear.
I'm losing my mind. Yeah. Apologies. Rook d8 played. But then rook d8 is a problem simply because rook d1, queen g4, you are once again in a lot of trouble. Queen f3 is a huge threat, and as is rook e d7. So yeah, you're kind of falling apart here after queen g4.
Queen g4, that's on the board.
Yeah, this might be 0 out of 5, which is incredibly painful and so unusual for Vincent, who normally is incredibly solid.
Yeah.
This looks bad. This just looks bad.
How's Vince looking? Well, not giving too much away, but yeah, the position is clearly
it's just not great because you have to stop queen f3 first and foremost, because that is just going to be very. I mean, you have bishop f1, so maybe you can spend the tempo on something, but then rook e d7 is going to get you. I just don't know what to play here. Rook c5, like if you could teleport the rook from c5 from a5 to c7, that would be a good move. But you're not going to get given time to do that. Rook d7 is coming way too quickly. Yeah, I'm struggling to find a move here that does anything.
Okay, so Kaime in big trouble. I want to switch boards. Let's just go back to Magnus.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
we've got actually very interesting developments there. So we left it.
Can't we take on before twice?
Let's have a look. This is where we've got to.
Yeah, I was actually advocating for this, and I missed bishop a3 completely. And now knight b4. And the problem is, if we take on b4, white takes with the bishop. We take on e4 with the queen. You have rook f7 there. It's a playable position. My point. Actually, my point is completely invalid. Queen d7 is unplayable because queen b4. I thought rook c7 was made, and it is indeed made, just not to the side that I thought it was.
Okay, fair enough.
So Magnus probably means something else, which I assume. Yeah, I guess he wants to play 96 maybe right now, and just like say everything is hanging. Please protect something. Yeah. But then 95. But then 95, and you can't stop knight f3. What is he doing?
Okay, let's have a think here.
Yeah. You need a move here, and so far I'm struggling to figure out what the move is.
Okay, this is very strange.
I think when he went for this operation pretty quickly, he played bishop a3 to knight takes before, without too much time invested, and he's thinking now, which is maybe a bit too late. Rook c7, but maybe rook c7. But 95 anyway, maybe. No, but that works out. No, that doesn't work.
Rook c7 in this position.
Yeah, just rook c7 right away. Yeah, this probably is the way to go, because queen e4 we have queen d7, and that actually works out. And bishop b4 we can take on b4 with the bishop and then collect other material. And 95, we are just not winning enough material for the full rook we are giving up on e7. So for full queen, sorry, not full rook. Can I go? No, b7 is king. I was going to say, can I go rook a d8? And yes, I can go rook a d8, but that allows rook takes b7. And without that bishop, our attack is really not that great.
So take here.
Queen d7 is actually made, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that no longer works. Yeah, that no longer works. Rook c7 played by Magnus. So what's the bailout for Niels if he wants a bailout here? Knight c2 maybe? But then we go bishop e7, knight d4, e4, and there is still a lot of stuff hanging on the black side of the board. I think this loses. This is not a bailout.
Wow. Okay, let's come back. And
what do we do?
And what was the problem with knight e5?
Rook e7, king g2, and knight d4, rook b7. I think we end up down a bunch of material there. No, I think rook b7 is even stronger than e4.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, rook b7, everything is hanging once again, like the entire board is hanging for black. f8 will be hanging after, yeah.
Golly, how interesting.
Yeah, such an incredibly weird position, because black is a full piece up right now and has a move. And so far, I couldn't find anything that even equalizes. Which is quite remarkable. Maybe we're just supposed to play bishop takes e4. Bishop takes before queen e6. Yeah, I guess this is, yeah, you have to just be sensible and play for this. Rook f7 against rook d7. And honestly, it's not bad for black. It looks fine. The pawn on g2 will continue being a problem.
Okay, that's on the board.
Yeah. In other news, Schach is doing really well. Eric Hansen, I thought, was doing extremely well, but now maybe the position is slightly less clear. Yeah, Schach is much better against, I assume, against Harry. The bar disagrees, by the way.
Okay, so that I mean, let's go from the top actually, because it looks like a very interesting opening.
Yeah, more Jabava Londons. Yeah, Schach in this mood is just very fun to watch. You just get these kinds of games every round. Extremely non-standard, although obviously Jabava London is now a pretty serious opening, and it should be taken, with a lot of respect. But
it's funny, Black's king just couldn't wait any longer in the middle.
Yeah,
but a classic case of out of the frying pan into the fire.
And Vincent ended up going for something quite spectacular, actually. We can just go back there for a second, because the position is Vincent actually sacrificed the queen there. I assume this doesn't work, but I have so far struggled to work out exactly why. Knight f7, rook d4. Unfortunately for Vincent, no discovered checks actually work here, but you can play e4, and now the rook is hanging on d8, and knight e5 check or knight h6 check threaten the queen on g4. But I guess something like rook d5 should win. Just putting a warm body in front of that discovered check. And eventually I will have time to play king f8. And then I will have an extra queen, and that should be enough. Maybe there's something even cleaner, but that would be my immediate
Rook d5 is a beautiful move.
Yeah, it's a cute move.
It's really nice.
Maybe there's something stronger, but so far I was not able to spot what that would be.
Well, the only thing that occurs to me is actually just to give up the rook.
Yeah, or king f8 and knight d8, queen c8 or something, or queen f3. Yeah, queen f3 maybe just gives mate, right? That's a very good. 96 check exists.
Oh, 96.
I think 96 check might be a reason not to do that. And knight f4.
Oh, okay. And
yeah, but I think queen c8 was actually winning in the previous position. Just a very kind of a boring, or greedy person's way of winning this by just attacking a couple of pieces at the same time and winning one of them.
No, it looks really simple.
Yeah, it looks fairly straightforward.
Okay, so he's taking his time. He's got a choice.
Has plenty of time to decide on what to do.
Okay, let's.
So how's Magnus doing? Magnus is still rook c7, and Niels is still tanking.
Okay, well let's switch, and what else we got?
So yeah, Vita chose king f8.
Okay, I mean it is a very simple way.
Aditya Mittal is
this is really interesting. Let's go
completely winning now with white against Sergei. Okay, so Chigorin for no particular reason. Yeah, queen a4. Whoa.
Okay, so things are kicking off now.
Yeah, things are absolutely kicking off, and Black reacted in a way that was really extremely provocative. I think maybe the position is already bad. I don't really know the theory of this line at all, but yeah, what Arjun ended up doing just really looks like, a kind of a please win the game immediately type reply.
Wow.
Like you're 2 pawns down, also everything is falling apart. Like my original, when I looked at this board on your screen, honestly, I thought there is no pawn on g2. And even that position after queen f6, like queen f6 would have been a move you can maybe make and try to not resign yet, because queen takes f3 is a check. But even that probably is completely lost. And with pawn on g2, yeah, you just pack it in somewhere around here.
I wonder whether, it's one of those cases, did he simply not consider king d1 very seriously? I don't know.
Good.
Who knows?
I mean,
if you're a King's Gambit player, then it feels very natural, frankly. But yeah, this is Yeah. Okay, this is on the board. Okay, so Queen F3. Right, you've managed to get rid of the G pawn. That was your wish.
Yeah, but
how do we do this? Can you see a clean kill here?
not yet, no. I mean, I assume just playing bishop g3, queen f3, king d2, and then cashing in is just good enough.
Sorry, bishop where?
g3.
G3.
Queen f3, king d2. No more checks. I will take on e7 next move. Bishop takes c7 is a very cute choice, by the way. Yeah, going for style points there. By ditch, rook c7, rook e7 collects everything.
Not bad, not bad. Well, I'm pleased for Aditya because he's got 9 points. He's in 13th place. I think realistically he's going to find it very difficult to qualify. But actually, it's great that he can bloody a few noses.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean it's going to be a tremendous experience for him playing in these events against these fields. It will not be easy, of course, and we're watching it not being easy right now. But he clearly is a very, very strong player, and perhaps compared to with the other Indian kids we're watching in the very same tournament, he is not at the very same level as they are. But the future in general is quite bright, I think, for Indian chess, and he is definitely part of that future. So
definitely
will be.
Sorry, Peter. Let's just cut back to Magnus very quickly.
Well, okay. So how did we get? He played queen e6 just to land the knight on e5, and now after queen takes b4, he can give a check and then a check from g4, and then play queen h3. Hang on, what? Hang on. There's knight g3 there. I'm once again being willfully stupid. If you give a check, king g2, you can play knight takes e1. That is a legitimate move you can try, but queen g4, knight g3 loses on the spot, I'm pretty sure. Here, white will have to play king f1, I suspect, and we can try putting the knight on some good square. Knight d3, queen d4.
Try this one.
Or maybe queen. Yeah, I don't know which square to choose. Queen e7, maybe. That doesn't look quite right. It's not a bad move, but I don't know if it's the best move. Queen e7 takes with the bishop. I do win the f6 pawn. Let's check. It's not horrible, but there might be something stronger.
So that's on the board. That's actually the position. Queen b4. Niels approaching the 1 minute mark. Oh, we've got some very interesting stuff going on in Shaq's game. It's actually over. It's actually over. So it went bishop h6 here.
Things just collapsed for Harry. Yeah, rook e2 and rook takes e5. Anything wins against rook takes e5. So yeah, the things have gone sort of sharply downhill. There's also a kind of a tragic game there for Erik Hansen, who was, I think, borderline winning out of the opening and is now just completely lost against Gukesh. Yeah, if we can take a look at the position around move 20, it looks like there might be a forced win a bit later after that. Yeah, like somewhere around here, queen g4, and the knight even went to b8 for, yes, some position like this. It looks like there has to be just a forcing decision that wins. And it continued looking very, very beautiful. And then eventually black somehow stabilized. And yeah, now, yeah, the things have just gone off the rails there.
Okay, so let's just do a little tour. We've got, okay, Rapport, Giri, draw, Vidit, we saw this. Oh, sorry, I'm got the wrong round. Yeah, so Mamredarov won, Vidit won, draw Giri against Naroditsky. Let's have a look at Rapport's game. What's going on there?
He's much better, probably just winning, right, with an extra pawn and the bishop against knight and the very, very nicely centralized pieces. You have to assume that this is good. Just rook f5, knight c6, and put the queen somewhere. It looks very, very attractive for white. I mean, the game is not immediately over, but you do feel like you're winning here with white. Our producer Tadeusz is telling us Magnus is winning now.
Ooh.
That's a very, very...
and he has won.
He has actually won, yeah. Black got mated. 95, yeah. So he's gone for this. And the king went to g3, which is even smarter, I guess, to stop all the checks. Queen f5, f4. And yeah, queen c4, queen c, yeah, bishop f8, and then queen c7. Very, very facile victory from a certain point onwards by Magnus. I still have to wonder if this kind of a all-in with queen e6, knight e5 was necessary. It didn't really feel like Niels absolutely had to go for that, but
yeah, just collapsed at the critical moment. Let me see.
Yeah, Jan-Krzysztof is actually still playing, and he's, I think, in a lot of trouble against Nodirbek, but both of them are so safe in terms of actually, no, hang on, it's a mess. We should be watching this. This is a very, very messy, interesting position. The fact that queen g6 check exists just completely fell out of my field of vision. I thought black would just take on g5 here and continue cashing in, but queen g6 exists. Black is currently 2 pawns up, though. They were 1 pawn up from a very, very early opening. Basically, Jan-Krzysztof played a very gambit-style Catalan in this game. Chose not to try and restore the material balance out of the opening, played for initiative. There is still some initiative, but seems like black should be stabilizing. What do you think?
Well, okay, let's make the obvious one and then take on.
Yeah, I think we are probably playing queen e5, right?
Yeah. That was my thought. And it's not, well, yeah, once 92 is coming, so rook g3, impossible.
Actually, why haven't we played 92? 92 was winning on the spot, right? Because I have queen d1 check there. It gets to f4 with check.
Ah.
It just gets to f4 with check in every single line.
Oh, yes, and here...
Oh, no, yeah, even here, probably queen d1, king h2, rook f2, bishop g2. But this has to be lost, right? Queen d6, you have to go back to h1. I'm actually struggling to put this away, but the feeling has to be that this is winning from black somehow. Maybe queen e5 now, or queen d4, something like that. Queen e5 probably not to allow queen takes e6. Now white has some perpetual ideas of queen e8. It's a mess. It's a mess. I thought it was winning on the spot, but yeah, I missed the fact that the king.
Okay, here we've got knight.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Sorry, I'm
okay.
missing very simple stuff.
But in any case, he went. Sorry, after.
Yeah, queen 6 hasn't been played yet.
thinking-
Probably for that reason. Yeah, you have to guess that it's for that reason.
Then it feels like black should be okay. So
yeah, maybe we start with rook d3. Yeah, we provoke c4 or rook g3. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You want to play rook d3?
Well, rook g3 is slightly more forcing in some ways because we are attacking a piece, but maybe on the other hand, it allows e5.
C5 anyway.
Yeah, c5, and now I wanted to start doing the same, but with the knight e2 check being much less efficient.
I see.
Like now we go queen g6, and if you go to g8, I go gh, and you no longer have knight e2.
Right.
Because you no longer have queen d1.
Got it. But in any case, we come back to queen e5.
Yeah.
It's just so stable.
Yeah, and now maybe we can play. That actually gets mated. I wanted to advocate for rook e3, bishop takes e6, but unfortunately for us, f2 is hanging with check after queen f6. Rook e3, c5 on the board, by the way. So Jan-Krzysztof sort of agrees, but I'm not sure he thinks his position is any good. Is queen b7 anything? King g8, gh was my point, and then rook g3 check if you blunder, but you obviously aren't obliged to blunder in this position. You can play queen e5, I suppose.
Yeah, and
with counter ideas of queen e1 and knight e2 and all of those things, yeah. Feels like we are lacking attack. Like we have some active pieces, but the bishop on h3 is not really participating in the attack very much.
Okay, he's just taken on h6.
Okay. Can we just take back and say that we don't know what the threat is?
Just run into the middle.
Yeah. I think it will be quite safe on e7. Yeah, gh actually played. Yeah, I think it's very logical. Rook g3 is the choice for Jan-Krzysztof. I think I still go king e7. At least that's the default setting, just to have rook f7 against all of those checks. There might be something smarter.
Yeah, but I mean, then I can.
The ending is quite sharp. Yeah, we can just go into this endgame.
That's not so clear.
Queen h7 even. Yeah, maybe slightly smarter to drive it to e8, and then we take on h6.
Yeah, not so clear.
I mean, I think knight e2, knight f4 still gives black a decent chance of a large advantage, but
I'm not sure.
King h. You can maybe play king h1, but it's scary, right? Because I can give d1, g1, and d4.
Well, do you want to? What's the alternative though?
I thought you can play king f1 here. It's the same position. Sorry, I'm losing. Yeah, I'm really losing my mind today. Sorry, it's just exactly the same position. Queen d5 is what Nodibek played. This is a very concrete choice. He says I'm okay with the king being on e8 if I have my own threats, and he definitely does have his own threats there. Knight e2 is pretty much mate if it's allowed once the queen departs the long diagonal.
It's a very cold-blooded move.
Yeah, and in reply, Tadeusz informs us you can play bishop takes e6 now. Queen e6, queen b7 check, or actually even queen h7 check, and then rook e3 exists as a reply to king e8. Yeah, if he sees that, the game really starts anew.
Okay, then. Okay, that's pretty serious. So bishop e6. Okay, that's forced. This much I understand. Okay, check. Okay, so we're losing the queen.
We are losing the queen.
Wow.
Yeah. We are losing the queen. Both queen e7, rook g7, and king e8, rook e3 lose the queen on the spot. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know which one we want to.
He hasn't found it though. He played queen f4, queen b8, which might be enough. Hang on. Queen d8. Yeah, I'm really missing squares in every variation. I'm trying to calculate queen e5. You still have to work here to stabilize.
Queen f6, then just check anyway.
I guess we give the same check, and it's difficult to run because b6 is hanging.
Yeah, the king.
If you run towards d6, you lose the pawn on b6 with check, and then you might be in trouble even in some positions. And he's on 50 seconds against 40, which I think maybe increases the temptation of just playing queen d5 and saying fine, draw.
And what's happening here?
Queen e6.
Queen e6. Can I step?
Yeah, we're not losing this with white. We might be winning because Queen e7, Queen c6 wins the rook, and this, yeah, this is completely risk-free, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think they've already repeated once.
Yeah.
And yeah, we oversold the whole queen down thing because it's gone now. But if we can go back to the position after bishop takes e6 for a second, because it looks like everything else is finished. So this really is the game that we should be watching. In that position, yeah, before queen f4. Yeah, one more move back.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop e6 here, queen takes. Let's say queen b7, king e8, rook e3. We do have knight of 3, knight e5. The game is still very much in progress.
Oh.
Yeah. And who knows what this is really, but yeah, and they have actually agreed to that repetition. So I think the only game still in play now, with this game being a draw, is David Anton on the black side against Rapport. Yeah, this now looks closer to a draw than it is to a white victory. David somehow managed to exchange all of white's attacking pieces. White still is a pawn up, but the bishop on, the knight on c5 is just such a beautiful piece. That it feels that black should probably, with careful defense, be able to hold this. King g6. And if, let's say, if bishop h3 gets played here as an attempt to maybe support the e-pawn and also maybe stop the king from coming, rook g3 might even be enough to equalize. And then just round up the e-pawn. He's played rook e3. Yeah, we go king f7 here, and once again, I think we go rook d3 next if it's a legal move. Bishop f1 might be stopping it, but I like bishop f1 actually. Yeah, bishop f1, try to put it on c4. Try to, like, the ideal scenario is we get the bishop to c4, we get the rook to f3.
Yeah.
But black should be sort of cognizant of that. Like you play rook d4 here, for instance, or king e7, and then rook d4 when the bishop lands on c4. I don't know how you feel about these types of positions, but
well, I mean, black's pieces are so strong, you know.
Yeah, it feels like,
good.
Strictly speaking, you should not even be in any kind of serious trouble.
Mm.
The way the pieces just dominate in the center. King f2, yeah, you play, maybe just play king e7 for the time being. Just continue gradually improving the position of our pieces. Yeah, king e6 also fine. I like allowing bishop h3 check. I think is quite good for black actually, because it's misplaced on h3.
Yeah, and then
we go back to e7, and then we have more threats. King f3. Yeah, it starts looking like there might even be some kind of an immediate forced draw, but Richard doing a good job of not allowing anything forcing to happen just yet.
I'm just looking back over some of the games, I don't think we missed much, to be honest.
Doesn't feel that way, no. I think we covered the actual interesting ones.
Okay, bishop
getting to f5 is an achievement, but yeah, I quite like this idea of making some progress on the queen side, perhaps playing g4 check, but if you don't make an immediate draw in positions like this, you often do end up in situations where it could become tricky, especially as the clock ticks down. Maybe h4. I'm not very comfortable with the idea of committing both of my pawns here to light squares.
Yeah, I mean, if h4, I mean, you know, I'm looking at locking in, but actually at that moment,
that gives us more squares potentially for our pieces, for sure. Yeah. Although, I mean, I understand why you might be reluctant to actually give the bishop on f5 such a permanent position.
Rook c4.
Yeah, rook c4. He's just saying this is the best you have. You can't really improve from here, so I will just be passing. I don't know if it's entirely true. Like, why are we driving the king to c3? I guess you have rook a4 there. And then the king will have to go back to b2 and we can go rook d4 back. It's a solid, yeah, like rook a4 now. a3 is hanging, you can't really give up a3. And then whichever square the king chooses, you either give it a check or you play rook d4, creating a threat of rook d2. Yeah, just rook d4 here. A very, very stable construction here by El Nino.
El Nino.
Yeah.
That's his nickname, is it?
Nino, yeah, has been. I mean, he's. I think when he was given the Nino nickname, he was significantly younger.
I was going to say.
So his it applies less now, but I think it kind of stuck. I think he probably stays Nino until he has grandkids. H3 played. Obviously, Richard is running very, very few risks here, so he feels very happy continuing. But yeah, will be difficult to win.
Let's just have a recap on the scores while we're at. So in first, we have Duda with 25, Mamedyarov 23, Gukesh Erigaisi Carlsen 21, Abdusatorov 20,
Giri on 18, and Richard, if he wins, Giri actually leapfrogs Anish and goes into that tie on 20 with Abdusatorov.
So this is the cutoff point. Rapid at the moment on 17, and then in 9th position we have Naroditsky and Vidit on 14, as is Anton.
Yeah, and if Anton saves this, Anton is in clear 9th on 15, 3 points shy of the cut because Rapport will be on 18.
Yeah.
So this is actually a very relevant game. I think David is extremely interested in not losing this one because that's his direct competition for tomorrow. He will still have to have a very good day tomorrow, and Richard probably will have to have a poor one. But
and then tomorrow, just a reminder, we have just the last 3 rounds of this 16-player all-play-all. So this is very important for for both players, actually.
It is, yeah, and 3 points, considering the fact that this is a hockey scoring system, so to speak, with 3 points for a win. 3 points is not really an insurmountable difference. If you win and your competition just doesn't even lose, makes a draw, that gap is immediately close to only 1 point. So you can definitely see people closing that gap over the course of 3 games, but you do have to have a nice. You probably have to score 2.5 out of 3, but that very likely actually gets you the cut, considering how tough this tournament is and how likely it is that some of your immediate competition will not have a stellar day.
I'm just looking at Daniel Naroditsky's run-in. His final 3 games are against. He starts with Carlsen.
Okay.
Then he plays Duda.
Okay.
And then he plays Mamedyarov.
Probably not a favorite to make the cut then.
If you're going to pick...
Sad as I am, and I am actually a Dania fan, and I would like for him to make a run for it tomorrow. But yeah, that's about as tough a pairing for the last 3 rounds as you can imagine. The 3 people who will be very hungry for... I mean, they've all pretty much qualified, but I don't think any of them ever really take the foot off the gas.
Yeah, Vidit has an easier run-in, relatively, of course. He plays Mittal, and then he plays Rapport, and then he plays Anton. Well,
yeah, and David Anton has a kind of a decent-ish day because he plays against Giri, which is not an easy pairing by any means, but this is actually someone who he could, if he beats Giri, he actually gets pretty close to Giri in terms of points. He also has a white game, and he has 2 white games against Giri and against Arjun Ergaisi, and a black game against Vidit, who is sort of, I mean, not entirely, but not doing, let's put it like this, not doing that well in this tournament. And by the way, Richard is actually making some progress. This is not as easy now. We can take on b6, and after rook takes a3, we can play rook c6, which probably gives us a check on c7 next move. And once we've knocked that king down to the back rank, things become tricky for black.
Yeah.
And yeah, chat says if Anton beats Giri, they will have the same score, actually. I assume that means that we are calculating with Anton making a draw here, but yeah, and yeah, confirmed.
Yep.
So yeah, you have to take on a3. I don't think you can, create a much smarter move than removing the outside passer from the board. Rook c6 obviously looks extremely logical. And yeah, this is now, despite black limiting the material extremely well, the e-pawn will now get to e6 very quickly. Knight e3, we give a check from c7. The king has to go to, I don't even know what's the best square. This might be lost, honestly. The e-pawn is unbelievably quick now. Like whichever square you choose, I play e6 or I play rook d7 check and then e6, and bishop h5 check is going to be a tremendously unpleasant threat. I guess we go knight f4. Like we go rook d7, king e8, e6, we just go knight f4.
Oh,
and we hope that this somehow provides us with enough cover.
Covers h5 and g6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then after rook f7, I'm still not sure what we're supposed to do, because I'm pretty sure knight h3, bishop h5 loses. Huh. Whoa. Rook f7, knight e6, bishop e6, rook e3. Strictly speaking, draw.
Oh my word! So basically,
although we will probably have to watch rook. Whoa, even rook take. Yeah, okay, that's even smarter. Yeah, okay. You don't have to be fancy. Rook e6 was doing. Rook e3 was doing the same thing, but just slower. But Richard, of course, checks this. Yeah, Richard, of course, plays on here. Obviously, like absolutely no reason not to play on.
Okay, eyes down. Here we go.
Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Indeed.
And this, as we keep on saying, this is actually pretty relevant, because David Anton is one of the people who has maybe the best chance of creating an upset on the last day and actually getting to the cut by outscoring some people. Which one do you prefer, by the way, the Cochrane or the second rank defense?
Second rank.
Okay, that's. I think you're the first person with this immediate response, because I think most people I've spoken to until now have all said that Cochrane is sort of more intuitive and it's less. It's harder to get confused. I'm not sure. I felt like I was in your camp, and then I had that kind of a famous game in the Moscow Candidates tournament against Fabi, where I held the second rank defense very well for 30 moves, and then I got turned around, where basically I was doing it with the king on g8 and rook went from e7 to c7 as it's supposed to do, and then he managed to shift me from the back rank on the 8th to the back rank on the a file, and my brain just kind of faded for a bit, and I wasn't able to reestablish it. And I was actually losing for a short period of time in that game. But because of the extreme amounts of pressure, because for Fabi that was basically a game that, had he won it, would have made him a huge favorite to qualify for the second candidates running. for the first candidates running. He won the next one. He didn't win that one. And he was also like, he needed to do it extremely precisely because we were a lot of moves into the endgame. He didn't have the full 15. So he didn't manage to do it. We were also obviously playing on very, very low time by that point. But yeah, ever since then, I felt that you just get easier to confuse if you choose to use this shape. And for those who haven't seen this defense before, the position we have on the board right now, just before white played king f5, is exactly the point.
Yeah. So here,
this is exactly why we haven't resigned yet. You always have rook f7 as a defensive response.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's interesting. You're basing your judgment on personal experience, and I base my judgment on personal experience as well. So, I held it using the second rank defense on one occasion, and on an occasion where I had a pawn remaining on the board, and I had to fall back on traditional defense. Well, I lost actually. Because stalemate wasn't available, obviously, so I couldn't employ second rank defense. So yeah, basically that's why I prefer the second rank defense.
Obviously this is not really the right way to think about things. You shouldn't be basing everything on how it went personally for you, but you still do. Like
of course,
it's a very, very human thing to do. Like you try something, it either works for you or it doesn't, and it very much informs your opinion on said thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is life, But of course, in a sense, it's also not realistic because, I mean, when we're defending these positions, it's usually at the end of a game which is many, many hours long, and one is just exhausted.
Absolutely, yeah. It's in particular right now, where we are 4 and a bit hours into the day, not into the round, and both of them have played 3 difficult games of chess against very strong opposition.
Yeah,
and
so
it's not easy at all for them.
Yeah. So the game where I collapsed when I had the pawn on the board. Yeah. I mean, I was just absolutely knackered, and yeah, it was pretty desperate actually. And I think actually when I held it with a second rank defense, actually I think again it was kind of a test of wills really, and I think my opponent, of course, he tried. But I think he just, at the end of a long day, just thought, oh, I'm not going to sort of course he squeezed, but somehow I could sense his heart wasn't in it.
Yeah.
You just, you know how you can feel your opponent and how hard they're trying. Of course he tried, but it just, I don't know.
That was my one experience of playing this endgame from the stronger side. I feel like I tell this story every single time, and probably the viewers are somewhat bored of hearing of it, but I had it, I think, twice as a stronger side. Once when I was a very, very young kid against a very well-respected grandmaster who I looked up to a very large degree, Alexander Kochiev, who I'm sure you well know and probably played against.
No, I'd never played against him.
I mean, I'm sure you know of him, and he, like the people in the West don't really know him as well, but he sort of became a kind of I want to use the term mercenary, which doesn't really apply to chess players that much. Journeyman maybe is a better word, but at one point he was considered to be one of the biggest talents of his generation. He was rated extremely highly. He led an interzonal, I think, in the mid-70s. I forget exactly which one. Maybe the Leningrad interzonal 73, I want to say. He led it with few rounds to go in a very, very strong field and didn't actually qualify for the candidates matches, and that sort of ruined his career. And basically, I got that endgame and immediately offered a draw, be out of respect for my opponent, which is a stupid thing to do, but like I'm stupid. What can you expect? And then I got it in Russian clubs against Vladimir Malakov. And at that time, I no longer was stupid enough to actually offer a draw. I played it for about 30 moves, and I did not manage to push his king away from even the 6th, not even the 7th. Like his king stayed on the 6th somehow. Wow. He was basically outplaying me with a single rook against rook and bishop all the time. And I thought, okay, this is really not progressing very far, and I offered a draw.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've had it twice with the bishop and 2 draws.
Well, you probably got them to the back rank at some point, right?
I did.
Yeah, I didn't.
I mean, one, actually, I had a winning position and just ran out of moves. And once against Mark Hebden, he just defended perfectly without, yeah, you know, he played extremely well, defended extremely well.
Yeah, and now we see the exact scenario I was talking about. Black were on the back rank. Now the black king is on the H file, but so far David is keeping perfect shape. King f6 continues being met by rook g6 check, so that motif is still very much in place. Yeah, 74. So they need to reach 124. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
they're still some way away from 124.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, let me just...
Oh, actually not that far away. They're only 20 moves away. Yeah. Really does feel like David just knows what he's doing. From, you know, nothing that we've seen so far indicates that he will get confused or flustered or will run low on time. He's actually gained 3 minutes.
But it's the end of a long day.
Absolutely, yeah.
And anything can happen.
Well, Black probably doesn't win this, but apart from that, yeah, anything could happen.
What was actually? Was there? I think there was an online game where
someone lost on time.
Someone hung a rook. Someone hung a rook,
and then lost the bishop
and
against
then they started again. I think it was on the one of these series, the Champions Chess Tour series.
Yeah, I think that was maybe a Magnus game actually. No,
maybe. I think it.
I think that may have been a Magnus game. Yeah.
I can't even remember.
Yeah, I think I either played in that tournament or covered it. Yeah, I remember that game. Yeah. I don't remember what my relationship to that tournament was at all, but the game kind of stuck in my mind.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember the result. I just remember.
Yeah, that was Magnus had rook and bishop and then blundered the rook. And his opponent actually played rook versus bishop for a while, which I think even Magnus just started giggling and just nodded his head and accepted he will now be pushed for like 40 moves.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, chat says versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, which sounds kind of likely. Yeah, somehow it does sound correct.
Ah, okay.
We're not moving too fast here. We're still only 3 moves further from the moment we last discussed the 50 moves point.
Yeah.
But yeah, Richard is just not making any progress.
Richie representing Romania these days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a news story which was kind of a big news story at the time, but I think by this point people have adjusted. And Richie being Richie, he gave a very frank response to the question why. He basically, or maybe he even sort of gave a kind of a foreshadowing response to the question why a bit earlier, before that was even finalized. He said that he qualified for the candidates and felt like the Hungarian Chess Federation did not seem particularly interested in providing any kind of support, or even emotional support maybe. So he felt like, if they're not very interested, maybe neither should he be. At least that's how I understood the mechanics of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can definitely understand it, and it's hard to criticize a player like Richie, who never really had a support system many people of his level do have. And you can absolutely make an argument that it's something that he would very much need to make a he's already the rating on our screen says 27-35. In my mind, he's higher rated than that. He was very much a regular in the top 10 and belonged there. But to make the further step and to start challenging for the very, very top spots, I think some kind of a stable team around him would be very, very beneficial to him.
Yeah, I mean, my impression is that Richie has always kind of worked on his own.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me these days you really need a team around you. I mean, if that's true, and it's really that he's managed to make all this progress,
it's extremely impressive. Yeah,
and
it's further evidence of just how gifted he is at this game. But his ceiling is incredibly high in this mode, like on his own, just kind of treating chess as a kind of a game he loves and takes sort of very seriously on some level, and not as seriously on some other levels. He got to top 10 doing exactly that. But if the goal is to get higher, at some point maybe you really do have to have people providing you with all kinds of support.
Yeah, I can't quite see. I've got a problem with my screen. I can't quite see how many moves we have now.
Yeah, it's I think it's probably around 115. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe even higher than that. We really aren't very far from this being a draw. Yeah, we'll confirm that they have a couple of moves to go. And
there we are.
A good thing for Nino here is that server will just make a draw for him. I don't think he needs to claim. I think the server will just stop the game at move 15.
No, just don't hang your rook.
Yeah, just
don't.
And there it is. And there it is. Yeah, draw simply because we've overshot the 124 mark.
And we have to say, just because nothing seemed to happen over the past 50 moves, let's say that David defended brilliantly. That's why nothing happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Because he actually defended perfectly.
Yeah, in particular, this being round 4, I think it's extremely impressive just how calm he was, and he didn't seem like he will lose his shape there at any point at all. He went from the 8th to the H back to the 8th, was completely unflustered by any of that.
And
knew exactly what he was doing.
That means that David Anton is in 9th position with 15 points. And he is 3 points behind Anish in 8th place. So that's where the cutoff is. So he still gives himself a chance for tomorrow.
Absolutely. And he plays Anish, maybe even let me check that for a second, because I know he does play against him, but I don't know if it's round 13 or later. He starts with white against Anish. So his pairing is white against Anish, white against Arjun, and then black against Vidit in that order. So he has a double white to start the day. In particular, if he beats Anish in that round 13, things really do shake up then.
Yeah.
Because we really do get this preferred scenario of a couple of people vying for that one spot.
But we should mention, of course, that the kids doing pretty well still. So we have Gukesh, Eragaisi, and Abdusatorov, who are looking pretty certain to qualify.
The general standings are very stratified. Duda is a lock on 25 points right now. I think if he loses all three, he still qualifies quite safely.
Yep.
Mamedjarov is also very, very safe on 23. Then there's a tie third through fifth between Gukesh, Gaisi, and Magnus. Abdusatorov is in clear 6 on 20. And then Richard and Anish on 18 points. That's the current top 8, but as we've been mentioning, David Anton specifically, I think, has a decent chance, provided he beats. That's like the money game for him tomorrow. If he beats Anish, he really is in with a shout. Vidit also has a chance, but I think he has tougher pairings tomorrow. They play against each other in the last round, but apart from that, I think David's pairings are slightly easier. He also has the first 2 games with white.
And as we mentioned, Daniel Naroditsky.
Yeah,
good luck with those
death row pairings tomorrow. Very, very difficult for him. If he actually makes it, it will be, arguably the sporting comeback of the year, considering who he has as opponents tomorrow for the first 3 or for the first rounds. Thanks very much for doing this with me, Danny. I think I'm done for this event, most likely.
Okay.
Was very, very nice stepping in and covering all of this, but
it was good fun. No,
yeah.
Peter, thanks. It was entertaining and, as ever, very, very instructive too. So thanks for stepping in at the last moment. And of course, we wish Peter Leko speedy recovery.
Absolutely.
But it sounds as though he's getting better anyway.
That's good. That's
good stuff.
Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for keeping us honest about the beautiful, beautiful English language in chat. And I'll be lurking in chat possibly from tomorrow onwards. This is a good cozy chat. I like it.
Good stuff.
Thanks very much, everyone. Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Harikrishna Pentala from India.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.